Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Wednesday, August the 23rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me. Thank you, William, and see my screen. Excellent. All right. Well, we got a couple of big names that have just absolutely collapsed. And, guys have probably seen it in the pre-market, but there's Foot Locker. Foot Locker, oh, look at this, down 32% for Foot Locker. And yeah, I think somebody said Nike releases after hours today. Is that correct? Let me just make sure that Nike releasing after hours today. I'm sorry, Nike does not release after hours. They're not until September, but Nike is down also. I guess just getting carried down by Foot Locker. Wow, I mean, that's an amazing drop for Foot Locker. To check that float, 81 million, 31% down. And then, of course, the other one is as Michael Noss likes to call it, the iPad on a bike. Pete Peloton, I mean, that's it, guys. I mean, look at this lifetime low now for Peloton, PTON. Just an absolute disaster now. I mean, it already was a disaster for quite a while, but this is sort of the nail in the coffin, perhaps. PTON. And then AMC. Look at AMC. I mean, this is just another now all-time low, down 23%. Memers beware. No kidding. Memers beware. Now, bucking the retail trend, guys. Look at Abercrombie and Fitch. I always have a tough time saying that name. ANF. Bucking the retail trend that happened all day yesterday with most of a lot of the retailer. Well, look at Foot Locker today, but look at ANF. Big pop up, 17%. Great volume, 48 million in the float. So it's not a high float, not a low float. That is ANF. Now, I mean, listen, I'd be looking for a fade on this. I mean, hard to believe that it's going to maintain this lofty, excuse me, these lofty gains of 17%, just based on what's happened with all the rest of the retailers. So we'll have to see. Have to wait until the market opens. Now, these two have benefited from some kind of a leak, pre-leaking of data from Roche, I think. And this is I have to read this again. So Roche sends anti-TIGIT developers higher after mistakenly releasing cancer drug data. So this has helped these companies here: Ruckus, ITOS, CGen, and MREL. Now, will they maintain those gains? I don't know. I mean, my feeling is no. So that's my bias right now. ITOS as a potential short. It is now through the 200-day moving average. And the other one is Ruckus, RCUS. I mean, another one that just blasted through the 200-day moving average. Pretty amazing stuff. Here's an expensive one, guys. ADI is an earnings play. ADI is an earnings play. Got down on earnings, down 4.5%, has recovered somewhat. Was down to 162 in the pre-market, 168 now. And CTNT. Now the only reason I'm showing this one is okay. So preliminary results. This is for some reason I thought this was a China company, but it is not, I guess. But look at the float. 300,000 in the float, if that can be believed. Whatever that float is going to be very low. So there's CTNT. Could go crazy today just because of that float. I don't see any other news on it. Well, I okay, this is on the 21st. They announced a preliminary first half, but that's on the 21st. I don't see any specific news today. And APLS is also not an earnings play, but this has really popped up 25%. We've got some price targets here. Now, Wedbush has a price target of 29, so I don't know if they're downgrading this or not, but I saw UBS. UBS has a price target of where they've raised it from 60 to 64. So the first little crack for RCUS, again, my bias is definitely both of those two at some point short them because they're not really moving on their own merits, as I can understand it. And here's, I had this one. I was going to mention this one, but look what happened. This is my size, MYSZ. So it popped up to what, 292 and then right back down to 245. There's some stocks I just don't like, and this is one of them. And the other one is, of course, that JAGX. I just don't like it when I see it. So let's see if there are any other earnings plays that I can unearth here. ZH has a small one. There's that ADI. All I'm doing is looking for a 0.25 or minus 0.25. Grab is an earnings play. I did see it. I mean, it's a low, no, it's not a low float. It's not a low float. Grab is a huge float, in fact, for a $3 stock. Excuse me, 1.74 billion in a float. Another Singaporean stock, Grab. Just don't, I mean, it's hard to believe with that float that it's going to do much more. And WSM, Williams Sonoma. So this is actually an earnings play also, guys. This is a good one. Yeah, Williams Sonoma, another earnings play, WSM. Well, ITOS is making another new high. But there's Williams Sonoma. That's a big break. That's a big breakout, guys. I mean, look at this. Well, on the 15, sorry. Well, the next high looking left is 134. 134 on the daily chart for WSM. Now we're in for a basically a flat open. SPY is up a little bit. Meanwhile, ITOS. Okay, well let's play this game. Let's say we really do like this to go long. Where could it go until it hits some resistance? Looks like 1813 or so. Look at the weekly chart here, 1820 and 1824. So a couple of highs right around a little over 18. So this stock is at 1768 now. Anybody know what this drug does? TIGIT, the anti-TIGIT. Targeting immune checkpoint inhibitor. Well, let's take a look at MREO also then. MREO did not show up anywhere for me. So excuse me. So MREO is a lot cheaper, but it has not had the same sort of a pop. It looks like ITOS is the runaway leader. Arcus, I'd be watching that Arcus maybe for the potential short because, and also ITOS. Again, I mean, my bias again is to short these retailers. That's what the market does today, of course. I mean, this buy is up a little bit. Okay, guys, let's take a look at some of the upgrades and downgrades this morning. If there's anything interesting. Well, we definitely have more upgrades and downgrades this morning. So let's take a look at a few of them. Anybody in YouTube? I just want to make sure I don't see any posts. I want to make sure we are live. So take a look at AVY when I get finished this. Okay, thank you, Les. I'm going to take a look at AVY when I get finished this list. One moment, just about done. Okay, let's take a look at some of the. I want to take a look at some of these upgrades. We've got AVY. Let's take a look at what the price is right now, and I'll tell you what it's been upgraded to. All right, well, this got a ways to go. So AVY has been upgraded by UBS from 184 to 220. Okay, so they've upgraded this one, AVY, upgraded to 220. And the other one that caught my eye, though I don't know where it is right now, FULC, Fulcrum, FULC. Okay, so FULC by Wainwright has been upgraded to 14 from 5. Now, on the downgrade side, only, only two stocks, and both of them were earnings plays yesterday. That's DKS and PINC. That's it. Now, again, that's obviously not an entire list. This is all I'm doing is looking at what briefing.com is giving to me. Now, PINC, let's take a look at so PINC has been downgraded to $25. See where it is right now. Lots there. Anyone know why I can't see price data before the reverse split on TWS? I don't know. I have. You're talking about IB, of course. Oh, I should have mentioned this one, by the way. It's on my list. It's fourth on my list. VCIG. Now, are you talking about a chart? I don't use their chart, so I can't help you there. I don't use. This is what it goes back to. This is a trading view chart. Goes back to April. Anyway, VCIG had a. I guess I'm going to just call it a fluffy press release. Something to do with AI and Microsoft. Okay, to team up with Microsoft's AI platform to enhance consulting capabilities. KPRX, KPRX. I'll take a quick look. I don't know. I can't tell you that either. KPRX. So you must be looking at an IB chart. I just don't have an IB chart up and running. I'm hearing ONON, guys. ONON must be moving down. Yes, ONON is, ooh, this is moving down. Look at this breakdown now on the daily. Had earnings on the 15th, not good. Okay, that caused a big drop. And then we're looking at just kind of bouncing around for a while, but now ONON is moving down even further. Kramer says they have an inventory problem. Okay. Hmm. Well, there's your drop on ITOS. Did not partake in that, unfortunately. There's a over a dollar drop, ITOS. Hmm. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors, the major sectors. I'm going to click from our toolbar. I'm going to click on New and then Docked Channel Bar, and then go down to Show More, and then find my sector status channel. Let's see what's happening in the pre-market with respect to the major sectors. Okay, so what you're seeing here, XLE is a major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. 95% in red. What does that mean? That means that 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. So there's obviously, I don't know what the price of oil did overnight, but that's usually an indication. If the price of oil drops somewhat, these stocks will drop. So that's that. And when you take a look at virtually every other sector, though, they're at least 50%. Is there one that's under? Don't see anyone that's under. Retail, though, even though A&F has had a pop, but look at Foot Locker on the way down. So retail, I think, is still under duress. Now, the market had it, well, I mean, the NAS was up just a little bit. SPY was down a bit. Dow was down quite a bit. So as always, what I like to do is just check these major sectors with respect to their 200-day moving average. So that blue line on the chart is a 200-day moving average. So, there's energy is still above it. Retail, though, this is the one that really got hammered yesterday. I think it broke down below it. Yeah, so it broke down below it and it is continuing down. 62.50 is where it closed. 62.27 is right at what it is now. There's the blue line. So yesterday was the crack underneath the 200-day moving average for retail, for the retail sector. Healthcare was also, I think, pretty close. Yeah, healthcare is getting closer and closer to that 200-day moving average. Take a look at industrials, XLI. I mean, drifting down, but still above. Drifting down, but still above. Now, financials was the other one. I think that cracked a couple of days ago, XLF. Yeah, so that cracked a couple of days ago, maintained underneath, and now is starting to drift underneath. It's pretty key, guys. I mean, obviously, financials, bellwether for the market. Um, so we've got two major sectors underneath the 200-day moving average. Staples, I forgot to mention. I think Staples is underneath also, not the stock, but the sector. Yeah, so Staples is just moving further and further away. So now we've got three major sectors underneath the 200-day moving average. Take a look at discretionary, XLY. So, it's interesting. It's starting to move away. Yeah. Somebody, again, I just don't quite get it. With Staples way below, yet discretionary above. And then materials, XLB. Look at this one. I mean, this is just sitting right on top of that 200-day moving average. So we've got three that are officially under, and this one is perilously close. XLB, materials. And the two that are still above, communications, XLC, but I'm sure they're drifting. Yeah, but XLC, it's still kind of, it looked like it was drifting down, but a little pop yesterday. So it's still above. The other one, of course, the big one is Tech XLK. XLK was drifting down, 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 as we were watching here. But the last 3 days, of course, today is the big, big, big day, guys. NVIDIA after hours. NVIDIA after hours. That'll have a major effect on tech tomorrow, depending on what happens. So if you're looking, if you just want to follow NVIDIA all day, but you don't want to, but you want to follow, you can follow this one, NVDL. You can follow NVDA, of course, but this is the a special ETF just for NVIDIA. And there's long. Okay, so you want to buy, if you want to go long NVIDIA, you could buy this. But you can see it's, the bets will be placed, believe me, going into the close. Give me one moment, please. Again, one more moment. I'm just I'm trying to figure something out here. All right, guys, let's see what's happening. I want to see if there's anything new sneaking in here. And okay, so there's the CGen. So the CGen again is one of these ones that is benefiting from that leak of data from Roche. HKit, I did see this one, another crazy one. HKit, HKIT. Yeah, somebody mentioned HKD. I don't know about this HKD. I looked at it. I thought, well, didn't really do much yesterday, really. I mean, it did have a percentage wise, but it did not even remotely follow that VFS. NVIDIA, boy, the NVIDIA is NVDL moving down now, guys. Again, we won't know. I have no prediction of what's going to happen. They are going, but remember, the one of the major reasons why NVIDIA popped last month was because of their guidance for this quarter. So let's see if they hit their numbers. That's going to be the big deal. I mean, I think if I think I'm right there. So Nvidia had a good quarter, but what they were also doing was guiding in a huge way for this quarter coming up, which is right now. We're going to find out those numbers this afternoon after hours. So if they didn't hit those numbers, look out. And then, of course, what is their guidance for next quarter? ANF continues to move higher here, guys. Absolutely bucking the trend. All right, guys. Yeah, we got another 4 minutes or so before the market opens. Yeah, and I was just saying ANF bucking the trend. Now look, getting close to that 50 level. I mean, it got up to 49.88, I guess. To me, that is a super, super tough level to get through psychologically to get through that 50. Ruckus is on the move down now, guys. I'm not in it. I was kind of hoping that it wouldn't, both of those would sort of remain. How low? Well, just look left. I don't know. I have to take a look at the daily chart. Where's the next? Well, this is a lifetime low. So, Alex, this is a lifetime low. So, I mean, there's no chart support. So obviously, when I'm looking left, I'm always looking. If I'm shorting, I'm always looking to see where the next low is. Well, in this particular case, there isn't one. Yeah, it's zero. Yeah, seriously. So I can't. Looking left doesn't. All looking left tells me is there's no support at all. Chart wise. Chart wise. Wow, look at Ruckus now. RCUS. No, no, Alex, but it's a lifetime low. It doesn't matter if I look 100 years ago. If Foot Locker were up, it's a lifetime low. Okay, so there's no next low to see that's lower. Well, okay. Now I admit our data goes back to I don't know. It goes back 10 or 15 years. It's very possible. I mean, I'm just going to look at this chart here. Yeah, I mean, anything that happened, I mean, it's very possible. It was $7. It's very, I can't go any further back on this month weekly chart. I'm going back to 2003, and I see the low is 23. So I don't know where Yahoo's getting seven even. All right, guys, yes, 1 minute to the open. Give me one moment, please. All right, guys, I'll shut this down. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a lot. Look at that ruckus. Wow, that was the one. RCUS. All right, guys, we're now open for business. Let's see what happens now. All right, so this VCIG is making some highs, guys. Again, a very fluffy press release. Put AI and Microsoft in the same press release. So this popped VCIG. Well, ANF guys, I mean, it is right at $50, right at 50, 49.80, 49.80 ANF. Remember Urban Outfitters yesterday? We were seeing that one, wondering what would happen when it released earnings. Well, now we know. It's up a little bit. Where's Pepe? I wish they did. I get my shading to work on my trading view chart for the pre-market. I don't understand. I changed up the color, and I've got this. There it is, extended trading. I've got that, and I'm trying to choose these, but it doesn't want to do it. Trying to choose anything. Have it on my other one, so I don't know what I did there. Anyway, not a big deal. All right, guys, urban. Again, I have my doubts that these look at ANF. Ooh. Look at ANF, guys. Now look at Foot Locker. So there's Foot Locker, all-time low Foot Locker. I'll figure it out after the mark. I say I made a slight change to my shading here, and that's for whatever reason now I can't see the pre-market. Anyway, not a big deal. Foot Locker, guys. Foot Locker, Foot Locker, Foot Locker. Will it take out 15? Rhetorical question. But look at ANF. I mean, you talk about a psychological number to try to get through. I think I got with it to 12 cents. There's the pre-market, 48.20. Sorry, well, got right to 50 in the pre-market, right to 50. And then I just could not crack that 50. And look what happened afterwards. ANF. Hey, Taurus, are you in the room by any chance? Now, Foot Locker to me, I know this is not 15 minutes, but this might be my exception because it's an all-time low, showing up on my option scanner, showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. I want to watch to see if it really breaks down through 15. Okay, but it is early. I love my ideal situation would be for Foot Locker, just to hover over 15 for a bit, like 15 minutes, in fact, and then um, and then drop right down below 15, and I would take that short. What's happening now? Okay, thank you, Shady. Yeah, we don't go back to 2004, so sorry, 1974. Okay, so it's not an all-time low, but I'm just, you know what I got to do? I got it. I know what I have to do is I'm going to put a price alert at 14.90 for a Foot Locker FL and see if it takes it out. I mean, this is again, okay. I technically not an all-time low, but it's excuse me, may as well be. Most of you guys weren't even born 1974. All right, so there's the VCIG. So it did it got halted at 590 and it actually dropped. Now, if it gets over 590, this is the only time I'll take these halts when I'm not in the halt, but I just have a tough time with this one. 1.8 million in the float. So I mean it could go, it's already gone kind of crazy. It's up 50%, but and again, you have to check the press release to do with Microsoft, AI. Yeah, I have to admit, ITOS came right back up, and so did Ruckus. I'm still looking later on though for a potential short. Yeah, I did see BGLC in the pre-market. BGLC did see it in the pre-market. The yeah, BioNexus Gene Lab Corp, 34%, low float, 6.5 million. IPO? I don't think it's an IPO. No. Well, my disdain for VCIG cost me. Anyway, there's the VCIG. The next high looking left is 669. My disdain only comes from these, these companies put these little press releases, put AI in the name, and collaborating with Microsoft looks like it's a big, big, big deal. Hey, maybe it is. Pre-market, this did get up to 693 VCIG. Yeah, Coles. Okay, yeah, Coles is another earnings play, guys. Didn't really see it in. Well, I can't, can sort of see the shading, but not well. KSS, another earnings play. Boy, bets are being placed on on Nvidia, guys. Nvidia is still moving lower, and I'm just looking at NVDL. Peloton actually had a little bounce. Yeah, Peloton's having a bounce here, guys, showing up on the option scanner as a potential long. So remember, anything in the abnormal option activity scanner, anything in light blue is a potential long. Anything in this brown is a potential short. Let's take a look at NVDS. I mean, this is what to buy. If you're looking to short NVIDIA, you can buy this. Ah, there's Foot Locker. Okay, Foot Locker underneath. Okay, it's underneath. Now I'm interested. I want to see this thing get down to about 14, I don't know, 1485 or something like that. I want to see clear 15 in a big way. In a big way. Right now, it's still hanging around 15. Well, guys, ITOS. I mean, it still has room, another 50 cents or so to the next highs looking left. Okay, Foot Locker getting close. Foot Locker getting very close for me. Just before I look at it, PCT. This is a PCT. PCT is a reversal, guys. PCT is a reversal, and VFS is flying. I've got that one thumbnailed. You're absolutely right. A lot of volume coming into VFS. Crazy one from yesterday. The Locker is still teasing us right around that 15 level. Yeah, there's the V. I have this again. I have this thing thumbnailed. I was watching it a little earlier today. So this is VFS. High yesterday was almost 47. Pretty tough spread right now. Well, actually, narrowed to 30 cents. Tio, Uncle Tio, TIO. All right, so cheap, cheap, cheap one, guys. So Tio, the next high looking left is 126. I'm not too interested, but all right. So VCIG, of course, benefiting from this low float, 1.8 million in the float. Okay, guys, KSS may have some support around 25.10-ish. Okay. I mean, it's an earnings play, may have some support. I'm looking at the daily chart. So if you're in this short, just be aware of the 25 level. Urban. Now let's take a look at Urban. Urban, another earnings play. Now the next low looking left, yesterday's low was 34. So I mean, it's so close. I'd wait for a 34 break. If it can break down through 34, then it looks like the next low is almost 33. Actually, 33, 32. So Foot Locker, yeah, FF, yeah, VFS halted on the way up. All right, cheap one, guys. GRI. GRI is moving down into an asset purchase agreement with Aardvark. All right, we're finally 15 in. Now I can take a harder look. Well, I've been holding off on the FL. I want to see a much bigger breakdown through 15. It hasn't happened yet for me. I do see that 940. Yeah, maintain a $36 price target. Well, again, it'll have to get into the 1480s. It may not happen, but I don't know how much power these guys have. Kelsey. The kind that has a lot of their investors already trapped in FL? I don't know. ACMR guys, ACMR is a what's ACMR trending nicely here. 3 days, nice 3 days for it. I'm trying to see. August 4th was earnings. So this was not an earnings play back here. Big reversal here, guys. I just mentioned pretty big reversal. PCT. So the next high looking left is 994. So this is a reversal play, guys. PCT is a reversal play. It was down big yesterday and it's gapping up today. It has a shot to the 10 level. Okay, that's the next high looking left. You know, we talk about a trading plan a lot, so if you were listening to me about FL, I wasn't going to anticipate a big drop under 15. But my plan was to stick a price alert around that 1480 mark and see if it took it out. It just didn't happen. EBS is another turnaround. EBS, another turnaround down yesterday, but coming into resistance probably around 5. I just want to, why did I choose 1480? I want to see it far enough away from 15, that whole number, so that people might not get, well, I see VFS just came back. Okay, so that's why I did it. I want to see it far enough away from 15. I thought 20 cents would be far enough away so that people might when it's so close to the whole number, I just look at the whole numbers as being very psychological. 15 is a fairly psychological one. Multiples of five for me. Okay, that's the way I think. Okay, guys, it took a little loss on the PCT. It did not carry forward, so I'm out of the PCT. All right, so CGen, again, this is tied in with this the leaked data from Roche that propels ITOS and Ruckus up, RCOS up, and CGen, I think, was the same. No, there's Peloton. Yeah, Peloton's, you can't keep these down. So both Peloton and Foot Locker, my two probably number ones, they were both lifetime lows, did not continue down. Well, this has had a pretty good run. This Make My Trip, MMYT. I mean, it's a 2-year high. It's not quite a lifetime high, but it's not that far off from a lifetime high for MMYT. All right, this really, really little one. This one popped up to what, 550 in the pre-market? Yeah, 9 o'clock, 550 in the pre-market for some reason. Entering into an asset purchase agreement. And this is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Actually, wow, that would have been okay. Showed up at 251. I didn't really pay that much attention to it. I thought it might be too cheap to short, but it got down to 210, 7 minutes later. Okay, guys. So as I said yesterday, this is a really, really tough one to trade. If you're going to trade this one, I wouldn't if you're new, but don't take too many shares because this can have very, very volatile. This one meaning VFS. All right, market. NASDAQ's up, Dow's up, SPY's up. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the problem always with with something like a VFS is where are you going to put your stop? Well, maybe this will get going today. I mean, this this SPGC got up to $30, almost $30, 6 days ago when it debuted. All right, keep an eye on the ACMR, guys. ACMR is on my 10-day daily breakout, and let's take a look left. Where is there the next high looking left on the weekly chart? 1684. So it's over $1 away, about $1.20 away from the next high. Make sure of that. The next high over here is 1542. Yes. So, but $1.20 away from the next high on the weekly chart for ACMR. So it does have some room. Yeah, I have no thoughts. Well, others may chime in, but I have no. Why don't we have no way of knowing what's going to happen with Nvidia? The only thing I can say is that they promised a huge quarter. This is the quarter. That's why it popped so much last quarter. I mean, I think it had a good quarter, and then their guidance was to be huge this quarter. If they disappoint, look out. Well, we'll never know. We won't know until they release earnings after hours, and that is for Nvidia, NVDA. Nobody knows, guys. Nobody knows what is going to happen. I don't. I think the only thing we know is it's probably not going to go up 30. Not going to go up like it did the last time. But if they don't come close or at least meet their guidance numbers, I don't know what's going to happen. Well, unfortunately, my bias got a hold of me, and the VCIG. I just did not think it would do this. Obviously, all right, guys. Keep an eye on the SPGC, maybe for a three break. I mean, this is the one a few days ago. Again, got up to $30, and then just collapsed. No reason for it was no reason to get up here. Exuberance, etc. It was a new trading as SPGC. Not sure if this was an IPO or a SPAC, but I think the trader mentality is that okay, I miss VFS. What could be another one? And so I might be looking at this one. Okay, typically in this room, Milad, we don't talk about how much money we make on a play, how many shares we take. Okay, I'm happy for you though, if that's what you did. That's okay. Do I think the other AI? I have no idea. They look, the AI plays have been dormant, for quite a while now. I have no idea what'll happen if NVIDIA comes out with good or bad earnings on it. Let's put it this way. If NVIDIA has a huge pop and it's all AI related, it won't hurt them. But, just look around. I mean, the AI has been dormant now for quite a while. AI, look at the stock itself, AI. I mean, it hit a high, what, $50, came down, tried again, been moving down. Uh, well, the next high, looking left for this one, it's above it, I think. 775, 784. So the next high is 1132, 1132. And that is for VCIG. That's looking left on a daily chart. No shorts for me either. Probably a good thing, you might have thought, okay, I'll do it here, I'll do it here, I'll do it here, I'll do it here. I mean, you can get killed. Do I think Chewy is a good setup for long? Well, first of all, does it meet your trading plan? But let's just take a quick look. I don't see anything that's setting up as a long for Chewy. I mean, you're in a huge downtrend on the weekly chart, huge downtrend on the daily chart. I mean, if you're looking for a long, then you're thinking to yourself, okay, has it gone far enough down? I don't know. I mean, you're looking for a bounce. I don't see any reason why this is going to bounce. I mean, it could bounce, but the chart is not telling you that it will. It has earnings on the 30th. So, but you can't predict what they're going to say in their earnings release. So right now, I mean, this is just a disaster, in my opinion. Okay. In my opinion. Okay. So FULC, these are the ones that I think was a Wainwright put a $14. Yeah. Wainwright put a $14 price target on them, raising it from five. Well, I still have an alert for about 1480 for Foot Locker. See if it happens later on. Wolf setting up as an interesting short. Let's take a look. Wolf. Well, the next high looking left, if you think that'll stall it, 46.77. That's the next high looking left. I mean, obviously it's a little bit parabolic right now, but I'd wait to see probably how close can it get to that 46.77. That might stall it. Well, this will get, I mean, it's a little parabolic right now, but FULC, if it can get through six, your next high is 665 on the weekly chart. All right, guys. Well, Foot Locker's starting to drift down towards 15. Now, look at that VFS. Hopefully, nobody got trapped in that one, guys. That is just now but a $7 drop. VFS. More. I mean, that got up to $45. 37 right now. $8 drop. All right. Well, NVIDIA's having a pop here, guys. NVDA. Wow, here's an all-time high. CAMT, guys. CAMT is an all-time high. CAMT. CAMT is an all-time high. Earnings had earnings on the 31st, so that is passed. All-time high, CAMT. Interested in this one. See how well it holds 51. Israeli stock, not a lot of volume right now. The relative volume is fine, 4.4, but only 122,000 shares. Don't understand your question. If I, sorry if I'm going to use your last name, Ivan. Is this, I think you meant AI. Is this AI a hmm, logarithmic system? I don't know what you mean by that. I know what logarithmic means, but I don't know what you mean in relation to if you're talking about AI, our AI, Ollie, as we call it. I'm going to sort of say no, but maybe you have to explain it a little bit more. What exactly do you mean by that? Most people will not have shorts for VFS. Again, if you have Cobra, excuse me, if you have Centerpoint, probably have shorts. Well, the ITOS, I just don't know. It doesn't have that much more room till it might stall. 1820. I mean, it's 70 cents. We've got two highs on the weekly chart right around 1820. Hey, who knows? Maybe it won't matter. Well, guys, ANF is making another attempt at $50. Yeah, ITOS is pretty volatile. Oh, Mugisha, I don't know if you heard me talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Well, there, gosh, I'm amazed. I am amazed. I have to admit, there's A and F. Guess what? Hey, PJ, this is an all-time high. A and F is an all-time high. I did not know that. Now, okay, if somebody wants to go back 100 years, maybe they'll find another high. But anyway, but there's A and F, all-time high. Okay, guys. Well, A and F has got my interest. Long as it holds 50. A and F, yeah, A and F, Abercrombie and Fitch. Uh, yeah, it's an all-time high, and it's an earnings play. Kind of what we were looking for a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, you better do a refresh, D, because yeah, they're not stuck. Do a refresh. Okay. Well, Jason, then you must have a lot of good experience. Jason started trading 100 years ago in our YouTube room, he says. Yeah, I'm looking at higher price stocks now. Absolutely. Okay, guys, in my opinion, bit of moment of truth time right now for ITOS. I mean, I can get back into the 60s. It may have a run. Well, the market has put in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we've been an hour plus almost an well, this is due to close, an hour and 15 minutes up. Okay, guys. Well, be careful if you took that, that ITOS. Be careful. I mean, it has had a. I think it's just for me, it's just too whippy. Oh, Jason, I'll tell you what. I'll give you. This should still work. This. Um, Let me give you the link. Okay, that should still work. Otherwise, you can do this. Jason's having a tough time finding the trading room. I'll just show you if that link doesn't work well. If you click on the home page, okay, you click on this is our new home page. And they say they're going to be putting the trading room somewhere a little more visible, like because right now it's not. Anyway, scroll down to the end to the bottom, and then you'll find the trading room. Okay. And again, I appreciate all the comments about trying to get that link the way it was, meaning way more visible. ANF just took a boy. This has been a tough day, guys. I got knocked out of the ANF trade. Well, I'll have to see if it takes back 50 at some point. Maybe get back in, but yeah, tough day. I got all excited. I didn't realize it was an all-time high. But that's why you have stops. Yeah, I saw that this morning, Phoenix. Yeah, $1.74 billion full for a $3 stock for Grab. No, I know they have not done it yet. I know that. No, look at A&F right back up. My goodness. I guess it's not as easy just to flip a switch, legal. Okay, but they say they had the marketing meeting yesterday, and everybody was chiming in saying, "Hey, get it back." So I just have to wait. All right, well, A&F is right back up. Well, guys, I was able to carve some out again. I hadn't realized it. I mean, I can't believe this actually popped up to while I was in it. It must have been so quick. 50 74 while I was in it. I didn't even it must have been very quick. And then it came right back down. All right. Well, okay, go. This is not a law firm. I used to work for them on one of the best law firms, et cetera. I'm not sure I know what you mean by that. Well, A&F is not a law firm, right? You know, it's a retailer. But maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. Maybe you were working in a law firm that dealt with A&F. Well, guys, I hope nobody got too hurt on the ITOS, okay? Because that that is taking a header now. I mean, that got up to 18, but then it right to the well, not quite to the highs that I was talking about. Well, I can tell you why he went. He's a bounce player, okay? He looks at stocks that have been beaten up. I don't know if that came on Zach Scan or not, but that's kind of his style. I'm talking, and you're talking about the CVI, why William would do this. He looks for stuff like this, stocks that are being parabolically either up or down. And then also that. I shouldn't put words in your mouth. But where are you going to put your stop, Shady? I know. Well, it hit your stop, didn't it? Like I'm sure you got out, but I'm just talking. Other people may not have, because I know it hit your stop. So you must be out of the trade. I'm sure you made money on it. Just want to make sure other people are aware that you put a 16.95 stop on it, and it hit it down to 16.71. Coal is an earnings play. TOL is an earnings play. So it's got a little bit of room, guys. On a percentage basis, not that much, maybe, but 81. Well, I don't know, 79 to 81. Okay, guys. Well, Foot Locker, again, getting close to that 15. Later on in the day, if it gets down to that 14.80, I'll probably take that short. I will say that he's not swinging a CVI. Oh, man, again, I'll let William answer, but he doesn't swing too many trades. Well, there it is. Yeah. So the FULC is now still hanging around that six, as you mentioned. All right, APLS. That was an earnings. I don't think it was an earnings play, was it? APLS, because we're talking about it right now. Company said events of retinal vasculitis and treatment, etc., were rare. So I guess they were all right. Well, I don't know if they got beaten up because of negative data back here, and now it's starting to crawl back. Well, the next high for this one is 53.89. Is that right? Yeah, so wow, okay, so the next high for APLS, it's got a lot of room to the next high in the daily chart, 53.89, and as always, I'm not saying it's getting there. Wow. Well, A&F, I mean, it could get, I mean, 51 is not unreasonable. I mean, it's an all-time high, so I have no idea where it's going. I traded some out though. I mean, it's just too whippy for me. Don't take offense, Shady. You see, I'm not dumping on your trade. I'm just making sure that people maybe they didn't even see your post. Okay, don't you seem to be taking offense. I'm just saying to people that if you took the ITOS trade, there was a stop that Shady had at 16.95, so he should be out of the trade, and he may have made some money on the way up on a quick scalp. I don't know. Just saying, be careful. I think you're just taking it too seriously, or not seriously, but I'm not I'm not jumping on your call. All right. Let's see what happens with Arcus. That's sort of call it the sister trader to ITOS right now. They're in the same. They reacted the same way to that leaked data from Roche. No, that's not. That's not. No, you're too sensitive, then, Shady. Not at all. I mean, a lot of them I don't. Some of the cheaper ones. I mean, I don't comment on because I'm not into the cheaper ones right now. But I don't want to. I'm not going to poo poo them. All right. I think this is another one, guys. So this is another one of those that are sort of tied in, but I just don't like I think there's too much resistance, but tied into the Arcos and the ITOS. Okay. There was about four companies, MREO and CGen, that seemed to gain because of the leaked data from Roche. Well, this continues down, guys. PINC, wow, it just continues down. Not an all-time low. Yes, it is an all-time low. PINC was an all-time low yesterday. It's an all-time low today. And I think it had some more downgrades. PINC had earnings on the 22nd. So that was earnings yesterday. Big reaction down and a continuation down on earnings. I don't have very much of the ANF left, guys, but I mean the ANF. I mean it's challenging 51. Obviously, no resistance in sight. Now, those of you who use fibs and things like that, you probably fib extenders, you might see something, but wow. But it's an all-time high, so I wish it weren't quite hadn't been quite as erratic. I think my problem was I took too many shares, so I had a fairly tight stop on it, and so that knocked me out the first time. Now, when I say too many shares, I mean I still have the same risk. It's all about the risk in terms of what I'm actually risking dollar amount, how much I'm willing to lose on the trade. I'm really surprised though at this. I mean, with what happened, let's take a look at XRT just for fun. Retail, see what's happening with retail in general. I mean, retail has sort of calmed down somewhat, after the got blasted yesterday. Wow. Now, see, if I had the same size that I had the first time, I'd be really laughing, but I don't. But look at this ANF. Every time you see it up here, this means it's made another new high. Pink, 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 PINC continues down. No support, all-time low. That's how IFL should have gone, or even Peloton. Wow. This used to be a super cool store, back in I don't know how long ago. I remember I saw some documentary on it, how it painted in a very flattering way. But this was I guess I don't know if the 90s or whatever, a super hip store. I don't even know them anymore. ANF. I think I know they're in Canada, but I don't even ever think about going there to buy clothes. There was a there was a documentary on it, I think last year. I think they were the first store to really latch on to the idea of models, to be honest, like both male and female models. They were the first store to really latch on to that idea, or one of the first. I don't know if it's the first, but okay, guys, it is now 10:36. So I think what I'll do is go over my homepage and what you can find on my homepage. Hey, goods. Sorry about that. Goods. You always surprise me when you're here early. I always expect you to be in the last 2 minutes before I close. All right, guys, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. So if you want to take out a subscription, you can use a promo code 15% off the first month only, Barry 15. If you do want to take on an annual, I can give you a better promo, 25%. Just let me know. Okay. Getting started with trade ideas, get started. You must do this. This is your very first thing you have to do. Your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, topless windows, alert windows. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through those 10 short videos. Trading 101. If you are new to trading or maybe looking for a refresher, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. A lot of videos. You don't have to look at them all, but the very first one says, "What is a stock?" Okay, so it's really, really basic and it gets more complex as you move on. The last couple, I believe, talk about the concept of having a trading plan. Okay, the concept of having a trading plan. Well, you must have some kind of a plan. It's interesting because when Michael was in our YouTube room yesterday, and somebody was saying, I can only trade Mondays. And so, you have to have a trading plan that will suit like the way you can trade. So there's a person who cannot, look at a computer from Tuesday to Friday. So that person probably has to do some work on the weekend, maybe to set up something that will work on Monday, maybe throughout the week, more into swing trading. But that's an idea. That's why you start like that. When can you trade? Can you sit it all day long in front of a computer and trade? Do you like to do that? Stock of the day video that I do. You can sign up for this free, of course. Trade of the week. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Education section is here. And here is our user guide. A great user guide. Okay. Here's that getting started again. So you want more information, more detailed information about an alert window or a topless window, about the racing. I would absolutely look at price alerts, how to set them on a chart. Super simple to do. Okay. I use them all the time. Here's the getting started again. So daily support session. So I do take a break between noon and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Wednesday. It should be Jamie. I'll confirm that it is Jamie before I take my break. And before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Jamie. And it's a good idea. I mean, we have 5 different traders that look out from Monday to Friday, 5 different traders while I take my break. They all have different trading styles. So, I think it's worth your while to head over there and just hear a different trading style. And last, so if you click on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, scroll down until you see the scan section. So these are the scans that I'm currently sharing. So pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market, obviously. Kind of sets the tone for me to check out the stocks that are moving most actively up and down. And maybe trying to follow those ones that continue once the market opens. Here is the halt resumes, looking left, right, looking right. Never say that. Looking right here. There's my halt resumes. There is the abnormal activity. Again, I do not trade options. All I'm looking for are stocks that are having abnormal option activity because, I want to see those stocks because they're trading abnormally, so I won't look at the options. I'll trade the stock itself. It's just another way though for me to find stocks that are trading abnormally by looking at the option activity. So you look at ANF today as an example. It's traded 21,000 contracts, puts and calls. That represents 620%, a ratio 6.2 times normal. Normal meaning what was the average over the last 10 days? Okay, look at ANF, guys. Wow. So that's why, that showed up on the abnormal option scanner. I'm not trading, but I've been told, especially I guess if you want to trade options intraday, sort of day trade options. I mean, I think this would probably be a great way where you can start because, you know, you probably only want to trade intraday options of those that are trading abnormally. So this is a good way to identify abnormal option activity. Okay, so now, as always, guys, let's keep the room free. Okay, this is a free room. We use it for marketing, of course. How do we keep it free? All I ask is this. If you decide that you want to take out a subscription down the road, just save my homepage link and then click on it and then use that code. The room gets credit for this subscription. Okay. Company looks at that and goes, okay, room is paying for itself. So that's all I ask. And yes, we're still clamoring to get them to put the trading room, excuse me, well, like it used to be. Okay. Like it used to be when you go to our homepage, you would see the trading room immediately. Now they've buried it. They do tell me they're going to change it. But if you feel so inclined to write the company, keep on them. Okay, keep on them. I'll give you what you can do. So support at trade-ideas.com. Those of you who are in the room, of course, you were able to find the link. You know, you had to scroll down to typically where people put all the stuff that people don't read, or people websites where people don't read all that stuff. So support at trade-ideas.com. And you can just drop them a line saying, hey, please make the trading room link more visible. I'm not so worried about you guys. You guys have found it, but it's for people who come to our website now. And now when you go to the home, when you go, you don't see the trading room at all. You don't see anything at all. It's a great looking website. Great looking website, I think. I love it. But what they've done is they've buried the link to get into the trading room right down here. So they say they're going to move it. Okay. But it would hurt just to let them know that that would be appreciated. Okay, guys. See what else is happening. All right. Well, Peloton now. I'm just going to leave it alone. I was thinking it looks like it's coming into some kind of a moving average. It will be fascinating to see what happens with Nvidia. This is. I mean, when they released earnings last time, this was not anticipated. I mean, nobody could possibly anticipate what was going to happen. I mean, there's always some anticipation when, the large companies release earnings, but there was no anticipation about, I wonder what they're going to do. And then, man, but there is an immense amount of anticipation about what are they going to say this time. Yeah, just to put a stamp on the shady, we got all sorts of different traders in here. So as a moderator, yeah, I mean, but I'm going to look out for the new traders. I'm going to, but we have to talk about active stocks. It's an active trading room. And I try to point out, a VFS, of course, is highly risky, highly volatile, etc. But I think you're just taking it way too seriously here. I just wanted to make sure that the ITOS, to me, was probably running into some resistance around 18, which is fine. You get in at 17, whatever, and that's 40 cent move for you. But a lot of people may have missed your stop. That's all. So I just wish you wouldn't take it so seriously. You know what, guys? I'm really going to watch this ruckus now. I mean, the ITOS has taken. I mean, this. I made no bones of it. I had a short bias on it at the beginning, and it ran away from me down. So, uh, too fast, and then it popped up. But look at the ruckus. The ruckus is sort of in the same boat, okay? But it is kind of holding. So I'm just wondering. If ruckus, if it gives up this 24 level. 2443 is the VWAP, so it's underneath the VWAP. But I mean, Ruckus is kind of holding better than the ITOS is right now, anyway. But is it only a matter of time that it takes out 24 and starts to fall? So what I'm going to do is just put a price alert around 2380. 2380. I'm just going to put a price alert. I don't think I did it. So right click, create price alert, 2380, excuse me, 2380. Lots and lots of shorts available at Interactive Brokers. So I'm assuming this is most can short this one if they want. 1.22 million at Interactive Brokers. So wow, PINC guys kept moving down. Here's another one on the way down. So SBGI, it has, let's see, 1277. So 1190 is the next low. Looking left for SBGI. And you can see, I mean, the market's moving higher, and this is just going contrary to the market. I don't know what it had earnings on the second. I don't know who the benchmark. I don't know how strong benchmark is, but they're trying to maintain a $25 a share. Sorry, not maintain it a $25, but they put a price target of 25. Okay, guys, I'm very interested in Ruckus right now. The only issue I've got is the spread 2382, 2395. Trying to get some here. Trying to go the mid. Okay, forget about mid. Well, son of a Hey, I 100% agree, Hal. 100% agree regarding Shady. Okay, guys, I was able to get the ruckus sort of where I wanted it. Okay, the RCUS. So let's see if this has any sort of length. I mean, the next low looking left is 2343. I was doing the midpoint when I was talking about midpoint, within trade ID, and I'm trade IDs, interactive brokers. I'm sure most brokers will probably have the same thing. I was trying to get, because the spread was about 10 cents and sometimes 12 cents, I was trying to pick a midpoint using the midpoint option. And I finally got not a bad fill in the 80s. So we'll see what happens. 86, actually. And again, the next low looking left, that's kind of my area that it could stall is on that 15-minute chart is 2338. I'm not saying it's getting there, but that would be I'd be right if it gets anywhere close to that, I'd be very happy. Well, again, everybody listen, I'm not dumping on ITOS, but I mean I'm just hoping that with this ITOS drop that it drags Ruckus down with it. Well, it's just I just got to hope that Ruckus can catch up to ITOS. Yeah, but it's not taking Ruckus down. ADI is an earnings play, trade swings. Do you have trade ideas or okay? Do you have trade ideas? An earnings play? Now it rebounded. It was down a lot. Now it's gone actually positive. So are you wondering why it bounced or just in general? That's a big bounce though. Yeah, I mean, from 162, 176, it's actually gone positive or basically flat. Come on, Ruckus. Basically, well, the bid, I mean, it's not a great spread right now, 83.91, but I may have to dump this. Well, wait a minute. It's just playing with me here, this Ruckus. Right at my limit in terms of my stop, guys, for the Ruckus. So what's the float in this Ruckus? Maybe that's an issue. 46 million. So it's not crazy high, not crazy low. It's underneath that the VWAP. Well, it's well underneath the VWAP. That's not an issue. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just creating a couple of price alerts. All right, guys. Ooh, I got all excited. ITOS is I have this thumbnailed, okay? I have these two thumbnailed right there, ITOS, and I thought that was Ruckus, and I thought I was saying 68 for Ruckus. So I got a little excited, but it's still the ITOS. So I'm out of, I don't have any more. The only thing I've got right now is that Ruckus short, guys. 2386. I'm short. 2386. I'm short. No more ENF. Just kind of waiting on this Ruckus just to see. Rito, boy, Rito has been a live wire. Come from $6 or $3 a few days ago. Gets a high of 752. I know some of you were talking about that earlier today. Okay, guys, I've had enough. Oh, took my loss on the Ruckus. I'm going to look at it again, though. If it can take out, I have a couple of price alerts set down in the 80s, low 80s, 2382. And I'll see if it takes it out later. Boy, SBGI, I mentioned this one just a little while ago. SBGI continues down. The next low looking left. That's right, 1186. So pink through the whole number now, guys. 2198 PINC through the whole number. See, that one, pink performed the way you would expect, something that's all-time low. Nobody's stepping in to buy it. It's just drifting down, down, down. Had news on had earnings yesterday and a big continuation, second day continuation down on earnings. Kind of liking this SBGI, guys, holding this 1260 mark. And if it continues down, I'll probably take that short. It has room down to about 11, what did I say, 1180 or so. That's SBGI. I can't really find anything I'm loving to go long on right now, even though the market is moving higher. All right. Well, Nuva, let's see. Nuva's got some room, 4019. Yeah, not much though on a percentage base. 4013 is the next high looking left for Nuva. So not a lot of room on a percentage basis. Hey guys, keep an eye on SBGI. SBGI. I am surprised that not more traders are piling into a short on Ruckus or CUS just based on what ITOS is doing. I would have thought they would treat it a little more in tandem, both on the way up and the way down. Look at DLX, okay? I'll look at DLX. Yeah, Deluxe Corporation, not a lot of volume. I mean, abnormally, it is trading abnormally, 4.5 times normal, but not a lot of volume. Ruckus, okay. Are you going to get me into this time again? Give me a moment. Okay, one more kick at it, guys, for me. One more kick at Ruckus for me. Didn't like that. I was able to get another mid, almost the same price I showed it originally, 2381-ish. I do like that mid option. Don't always get a fill. Anyway, DLX. Yeah, let's take a look at DLX. Now there's ASO now. Also, I know you guys were talking about ASO. I don't see the short report. So is this one of those like Hindenburg or one of those guys? Yeah, I don't see it in my IB headlines. I just don't see it. Oh, Sunshine Research. Okay. I don't know these guys at all. Sunshine Research with a short report, aggressive accounting. Okay. I don't know them at all. Never heard of them. Doesn't mean, we shouldn't pay attention. Obviously, they've got some clout because they just knocked the stuffing out of this one. All right, I'm gonna have to give up on this ruckus. It's driving me crazy. I'm just waiting, gonna give it. Well, I have to watch this ASO now too. Lots happening. So ASO on the option scanner showed up at 48.82. That was the alert. 48.82. So looking left, the next low looking left is 48.11. So it's got a little bit of room down to 48 before it hits that next low. Well, I don't know. Well, if you're talking this level here, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's not that far away. I mean, 48.81. What did I say? 48. So 48.92, and it broke down through that. So then 48. Actually, I'm wrong. Okay, you are right. 48.67 is the next low looking left. Now that may not hold it. And then down here, 48. If it takes out 48, then your next low is 47. SPGI, guys, is starting to move down. It broke down through that 1260. That was the level I was interested in. How speedy computers? Mine is it's an old computer, but it was spec pretty strongly. So I got 32 gigs of RAM, and after that, I can't tell you. You Fulcrum players are being rewarded now. FULC, you're being rewarded. Now, the next high looking left, I'm sure you're aware of this, is 665 on the weekly chart. Yeah, this is to me, this is a day in which you've got to really take what you can get. I know that's what do I mean? Well, I'm not seeing a lot of fantastic follow through on a lot of things that I'm following, other than the spy. I mean, look at the spy. What a great follow through on the spy. Come on, Ruckus, take get into the 60s. I'm just not following them real. They're obviously not showing up on my any of my scans. Yeah, again, that's a relative volume. I mean, obviously I could reduce the relative volume and I would pick these sort of things up, but how about Uber? Let's take a look at Uber. Yeah, I mean, again, it's a relative volume. I probably don't even have to look at the other ones because I'm sure the reason they're not showing up is because of the relative volume is just not high enough for me. Guys, TO now. This is what's the float in this TO? It's not crazy low. I mean, it's going to have a little run. I mean, the next high on a percentage basis is not bad. 126 is the next high. So certainly not to discount those. They just don't, if I start reducing my relative volume, I'm sure I'll get a lot of other ones that I don't necessarily want to see. Okay, guys, I'm out of ruckus. Don't talk to me about ruckus again. I've had it. The only way I'll take it is if maybe if it got down to like 23 or something, but because that would be that would mean a more catastrophic drop. So I'm out of ruckus. SBGI gave me a little bit of a scare as it popped over 1260, but still looks reasonable. Just give me a moment, guys. Change in 5 minutes. Yeah, you sure? That's an easy one for me. Change in 5 minutes. Okay. If you're looking for the fastest on a 5 minute basis, the change in 5 minutes. Position in 5 minute range is just, first of all, that's just telling you, like, is it 50% of the range, 80% of the range? But definitely, without getting too into it, definitely, if you're looking for stocks that are moving the fastest on a 5 minute basis, it's the change in 5 minutes for sure. Okay. Well, there's teal, guys. Now, again, it's got some room to 126 or 127. I'm not in it, but some of you don't mind these cheaper ones. PJ, cover your ears. 126 is the next high looking left. Well, guys, other than my second attempt at ANF, I really haven't had a great day. A lot of chopped up a couple times in the ruckus. The SPGI, I'm in at 1260, so I'm just looking for a bigger collapse. But luckily, the ANF really had a good run. So I've had a terrible day. Just not a day in which I'm getting a lot of continuation on the other things that have been in. Look at the full. Good for you guys. I mean, I know some of you. This was a tough one at six. I mean, one, two, three, four, basically an hour. Right, chopping up and down around six. All right, guys, sorry about that. All right, guys, I am now, what's that? What did that ASO do? Nicely underneath 48. Is it still? No. See, it moved a little higher now too. Look at the market. What a move. One, two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Almost, other than that little pause there, 2.5 hours straight up. Well, definitely interesting price action now on the NVIDIA, NVDL. Again, eagerly awaiting what they're going to release after hours today. So this has now gone positive. This is again, if you want to buy NVIDIA at whatever it is now, 440, 450, whatever it is, you can always buy this one. ETF designed just for NVIDIA, a lot cheaper, but plenty of volume, so you don't have to, you don't have to worry about that. So this one's got a little bit of room too. HIBB has got a little bit of room. The next low looking left on the daily chart is about $1 away. Is that, in fact, yeah, well, 99 cents, so about $1 away. HIBB. Ah, CTNT now, guys. Now, this is an earnings play, and this could go a little bit crazy. I don't know if that float is correct, but this could go a little bit crazy. CTNT. Be careful because of that float. The next high looking left. This is an earnings play. China. No, it's not China. Sorry. Um, Obviously, did some reverse splits in order to get that float down that low. You know what I'm going to do is just check another site just to check to see what they've got for that float for CTNT. So they've got 1.25 million. So, it's still super low float. And the next high, again, looking left, I think it's almost 340, 340, 395. So there is some room, guys, for this one to move. 395 is the next high looking left on the daily chart for CTNT, but it is a low float. And look, that spread now has just got crazy. Not good. All right, guys. Well, I took myself out of the SPGI. I didn't like it got up down through 1260 again, but it could not hold underneath 1260. Got to that 1265 level. Gone. So I am not in anything right now. So paper cuts on the Ruckus and the SPGI. Yeah, a lot of volume coming into this one, but man, you got to be careful with that float. 1.2 million. I know we have 300,000, but 1.2 million in the float. But it is. I'm sorry. I thought this was an earnings play. I could have sworn. No, this is a asset purchase agreement with Aardvark. Why is that showing up here? Just give me a moment. I've got something wrong here. Wrong headline showed up. Could have sworn this was an earnings play. Okay, what it is, it's preliminary results. Okay, preliminary. All right, that's what it is. So it's not the official. I don't even know when they have earnings, but wait, what a move in the market. I mentioned Cam T earlier, all-time high. The volume wasn't great though. Still isn't great. The relative volume's okay, but the absolute volume just is not great. It is okay. Let me. You're right. You're absolutely right. 822. So that happened. Yeah, you're right. April 22nd. Sorry about that. So that was yesterday. Any reason for NBSE? Nope. Low float. That's your reason. Has room. I mean, again, on a percentage basis, the next high is 128, I believe. Yeah, 125 is the next high. 126, sorry, 126 is the next high. All right, guys. Now I saw Brush earlier. Brush BRSH, it got hammered down. Yeah, absolutely hammered down. It's trying to have a little bit of a run here. I mean, it does have some room. Of course, this was a super active one a few days ago. No reason for it to have popped up to 8, whatever it did. But you know what? If this takes out 221, it could get it running. And that is the brush, BRSH. So Real's talking about ANF on some crosses now, potential short opportunities perhaps. The VWAP's at 49. Well, that's yeah, 49.51. So that is but not quite a dollar 50 away. Okay, guys, I'm just going to confirm that it'll be Jamie in our YouTube room. Sometimes he's listening to me, so he might already know, be answering me now. Well, on the ITOS, I mean, you're right. It's had a nice bounce. The area probably be aware of is the VWAP. Yeah, 1634, that blue line there. So maybe that's a bit of a magnet, maybe. And the answer is yes. Yes, it is. Okay, Jamie said he'll be in our YouTube room at noon while I take my break. So about 25 minutes from now. Oh, I see. Sorry, I misread that then, real. Okay, guys, I haven't had a new alert for quite a while. 1121 for the FULC. In my breakouts, the last one was at 1042, the breakdown 1053. So things have slowed down. So all that means is that any of these stocks are not either making new highs or new lows. This one is an earnings play, guys. The bet. Okay, Brush. Okay, now Brush could be interesting. It could be interesting. I mean, only because of what happened a few days ago. That was on August the 8th. Well, let's see. Let's see if it can have any sort of a run. The next high looking left on the 15 is 235, but this is the kind of the area. Yesterday's high was 410. If it has any sort of run in it, is it really? Carvana's having a. I haven't looked at Carvana for several weeks now, it seems. But let's take a look at Carvana, CVNA. Yes, it is. Coming into yesterday's high, 41.40, so about a dollar away from that. Oh, when you said blowing off, I thought you meant it was dropping. PINC now showing up on my actually on my 10-day daily breakdown now. Again, all-time low. Brush, guys, brush. Look, risky. Risky and it gets spready, so be careful. All right, guys, pink, PINC, all-time low. Give me one more pop and brush. Okay, guys, I've taken some off the brush. I mean, there's the high right there that it's at 235. I've taken some off in case it cannot really get through that. And if it gets through that, we've got a real big gap. But as I say, these are for me, they're turning into quick hitters now. And that's the BRSH. Any news on Oracle? Let's take a look at Oracle. I don't think it's an earnings play. No. Wow. No. Now this is 9:59, but that's late. Well, okay. Hearing Investor Business Daily swing trader buys the stock. So that that was that's something I'm seeing, but that was at 9:59 Eastern time. I don't know what's causing this. That is a you're right. For 1.5 billion, and this was really positive, is now just gone, well, not quite negative. Yeah, closed at about 117.77 yesterday, popped up to 120, and now it is. Oh, you can ask me questions here, Brian. You don't need yeah, I'm in pink. It is my style. Hopefully it doesn't go over 22, but yeah, no, it's all-time low. You can ask me questions in right now, Brian, in that room. Now, hopefully they're not going to be questions like how much money should I have and all this sort of stuff. But if it's question, because I'm not a financial advisor, so please don't ask me questions like that. But if it's trade ideas questions, sure, go ahead. All right, guys. So I'm out of the brush completely. I was really hoping you might get it into the 240s, but anyway, gave me a little bit. Yeah, this is a big drop for Oracle. Something is amiss. It has earnings in September, so that can't be it. Our news will not have it. I mean, this is the news today. Swing trader acquires stock in Oracle. That was the news that was earlier. How about you, William, on your little squawk box or whatever you're listening to? Are they not talking about Oracle? That's amazing that there's nothing out there on this. I mean, this is such a widely covered stock, known stock. Well, that float to have that sort of a move. Well, now we're getting a pop, but why the drop? Yeah, watch it go green now. Exactly. All right, guys. In about 10 minutes, Jamie will be joining you guys in the YouTube room. So before I do take my leave, I just want to put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Jamie when he shows up. He's not there yet. Well, that is weird. Yeah, I mean, for a stock like this, to just a drop like that with not even rumors out there. You guys say you've been. I'll never call it X, but Twitter. You've been looking at Twitter. You've been looking at other news sources, but nothing. Ruckus. I forgot. Yeah, you read my mind there, Kishore. I actually have it thumbnailed. I was going to take that thumbnail off. Don't trust it. But if you're short, I'm hoping for a big drop for you now. Well, the other thing to be aware of, Kishore, I'm looking at ITOS also, ITOS, and it's trying to recover a little bit. And I just sort of think they're obviously somewhat linked. So I'd be kind of watching that one also. Talking to Kishore in our YouTube room. Yeah, watch it. Yeah, well, that's why I thought the ruckus would follow, but it didn't do it. I mean, it just didn't do it. Not like ITOS did. So I'm talking to now Grab guys. Grab is an earnings play. This is an earnings play, definitely. GRAB has some room, I guess, until 388. Too close for me. Now, this is the best I've seen Ruckus look for a while. 2373, 2378, fairly tight spread in the 70s. But I'll be taking my break, and so look what it did. Yeah, I 2375, 2392 now. So it is just it's behaving like a low float stock. Oops. Yeah, the only thing I can say, depending what you mean by too long, Vishal, like how long is too long? Oh, okay. Something's going on then. That's not right. I thought you were going to talk. I thought you were going to say 3 seconds. Um, okay, first of all, are you using the downloadable application or the web-based version? Okay. Now, when you check your now, when you everything else you say is working, um, the only thing I can think of is maybe try do an account reset. Okay. But there might be something else going on. I mean, I 3 minutes is ridiculous. I mean, that's just not right. It's almost like you're not connected. Now, you just started. So how many it shouldn't matter, but how many windows do you have up and running? So if you how many charts do you have? You have are you standard or premium? You can have 10 charts and standard and 20 with premium. Two charts running now. That's it. Something's going on. I have no idea. I mean, we our charts are not blazing, but no, I mean, usually the problem could be like a 3 or 4 second, but not 3 minutes. Um, why don't you try this? Well, I was gonna ask, he said other things are running. So, I can ask that. Do you have a green ball in your toolbar? But he did say other things are running okay. I was just gonna say try a reset. The other thing is to exit trade ideas and come back in. If you created some scans, make sure you save your work. The easiest way to do it just quickly is file, click on file from the toolbar, exit, and it's going to say, do you want to save your work? Yes or no. Just say yes. Okay, exit, and then come back in and then see if that clears it up. Pink. Yes. Sorry. Do you hear that clap? Maybe my noise can maybe my noise canceling isn't working. Finally. All right, guys, I'll be taking my break now. So, and if Vishal, if that doesn't work, I'm going to give you you can go to support. Just give me a moment here. Support at trade-ideas.com. Okay, if maybe they can take a look at your account, but hopefully just by doing a reboot without really knowing why. Yeah, and make sure, yeah, have the latest bit. It shouldn't matter, but so support at trade-ideas.com. in case that doesn't work for you. Okay. On a break. Back around 1 p.m. ET. And I put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Jamie. He's not there quite yet, but so I'm going to put myself on mute now in the room. And Vishal, if you have a problem still, you might want to head over to our YouTube room. I'll be taking my break right now, and Jamie will be there. Maybe he can help you. He's not there quite yet, but there's a YouTube link.
Barry.
Hey, there he is. Just a minute, Jamie. Okay, guys, I'm putting myself on mute. James is in the room. Okay, so I'm putting myself on mute. So Jamie is in our YouTube room right now. And let me just deaden all my other sounds so I can listen to you, Jamie.
No worries. I grabbed the screen already.
Okay, there we go. Well, I'm in a nice short of pink, PINC. It took a while for it to really drop, but I'm in a nice short of pink now.
Well,
This is
Barry, I got short the first time it punched through 22.
mm-hmm.
And let's play Guess the Candle. Can you see which candle barely got me out? One of these guys right here.
Yep,
Uh-huh. Because I was just using the old one. I'm like, it either works or it doesn't.
yep.
But hey, I took a stab. I lost a little bit. What are you gonna do?
Well, this showed up on this showed up on a couple of scans earlier, but it just showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown and also in the, no, not in the option scanner, but the 10-day daily breakdown pretty late, 2190. But
Mm-hmm.
so I'm in there basically. And
Well, I hope it rewards you handsomely because it looks pretty sick.
well, it's an all-time low.
Yes, it
So,
is.
where's it going? Who knows?
Mm-hmm. There
Did
we
you
go,
see
right there.
Oracle? Did you take a look at what happened to Oracle?
I did not participate in this, but a buddy of mine was up last time I checked about 4 points in it, but it looks like it got pretty squirrely.
Hmm. I think the amazing thing for me is that we could not find any news. Our crack team was scouring Twitter and any news source they could find. There was
Yep.
not even a rumor about Oracle.
Well, that doesn't surprise me at all today, Barry, because, I was listening in with you and talking to some other people and like talk about I had to have my head on a swivel. Like everything I thought was right was not right.
Hmm.
And I'm not even jumping in the first 15 minutes either. I'm giving it some
Right.
time. But today was a little weird, because we got the spy up here.
Hmm.
Everybody's like, well, is it going to be able to, is that 10 period going to act as a dampening cloth? And it's just slowly grinding above. So if we get that close above today, we might have some
Exactly.
additional upside, but we shall see.
Well, and I know what you're saying because I was all over Foot Locker earlier this morning. I wanted to
Mm-hmm.
short the heck out of it under 15, all-time low. Well, actually, somebody pointed out that there was a low back in 1974 that we don't account for, but you know, for all intents and purposes, an all-time low, and it just could not take out 15 in any great way.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
but anyway, my friend, I'll let you take over completely, and I'll see
The
you in about an
only
hour.
the only regret I have this morning
Hmm.
was not slamming ape short at 87 up here, and then it took a nice little
Oh,
rundown. Um, but oh well, that thing is
I don't.
freakishly strong considering the fact that you know AMC is doing what it's doing. But
Hmm.
what are you
Oh
gonna do?
my goodness, yeah. And well, it's funny because at Interactive Brokers, yeah, lots of shares available, 14 million,
Hmm.
none available with AMC.
At Interactive Brokers, there was none
At
at AMC.
Interactive Brokers, yeah, but 14 million of Ape,
Yeah,
zero with AMC.
ape seems to
So,
be plentiful.
but I think Ape disappears tomorrow.
Is that when it goes away?
I think so. I think it's tomorrow.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right, my friend. I'm sure you have things to do. So
Got him. Yeah,
see you
got
back
things to
here
do.
at the top of the hour.
Okay. Thanks, Jamie.
All right.
Bye
Bye
bye.
bye. Hello, everybody. I'm assuming everybody can see and hear. So welcome to one of my desktops. I have to make everything a bit larger to present here. So some of my colors are off, but the gist is the same. Um, so if you have any questions about the software, just let me have them. This is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. No pre-planned script, just answering you guys' questions. A little shop here. If you also have any charts you'd like me to take a look at, I will use my rudimentary technical abilities to attempt to do that. And let me just make sure if you guys have asked any questions since I've taken the helm here. Oh yeah, Kishore, talking about ITOS. This was one that got a lot of people long um, early on, and of course it was a an AI play too. In the money for a while, everybody's yay, and then before too long, everybody's oh. I think this one got a lot of people today on the long side. Was hearing it from all different corners that I keep an eye on or keep an ear to. Hi, Krogan. Tank, when is a good time to short NVDA? NVIDIA. Well, if you tell me when a good time to short is, then we'll both know. Um, man, I wouldn't even care to take a guess here. I mean, NVIDIA, we all know what it's done, in the past with the big run up, and then here we are, just not too far away from that area right there. Let's zoom out a little bit, take a look at the weekly, and boy, once we broke this level here, it was off to the races. When is a good time to short it? Not even going to speculate. All right. I will tell you this after today. Yesterday, it was looking pretty, if you took a stab back here, if you were just really determined to short NVIDIA, many days ago, when it was chopping around this area, putting in these wicks, that might have been a good risk right there, depending on your risk tolerance or whatever. This would have been a great time. And then, after we get down below that 10 period on the weekly, probably thinking, wow, got an attempt last week to get back above it, but then this week it's back off to the races. So Nvidia weak for a little bit, reclaiming that 10 period on the weekly and pushing up to that high area. And it's looking really bullish right now. Now, how's it going to end up? We're going to get up here and get a close above here on the weekly. That would indicate the start of a new bull cycle if this weekly candle closes up here, but that remains to be seen. But as to when to short NVIDIA, your guess is as good as mine. After the ER, you're referring to a stock, Krogan, or the actual emergency room? Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, goodness. Okay, so if you guys have questions, you know what to do. We talked about the ITOS. I heard Barry wrestling with RCUS today, just not cooperating. I said my only regret this morning was not shorting APE up in this level here. And the reason I saw it crystal clear, the 88 would not leave. The 87s kept popping in. The 88 was obviously an identified seller, but this morning I was just kind of like, it's early. I've been burned like this before. Of course, today is the day that it would have worked and worked nicely. So whatever. No crying over spilt milk there. Missed money. Missed money is always better than lost money. I don't know if you guys have heard that before, but it's an old trading adage, you know, the FOMO, the fear of missing out a lot of the times, we get agitated. And I was a little agitated this morning, but missed money is better than lost money. How do I use multiple time frames for my personal trades? Okay, well, you can see right now for purposes of this hour, I've got the 5, 15, and the daily. When my day starts, I'm not watching a 5, I'm watching the 1 minute, uh, 1 minute action, right? Get a little bit more granular because obviously the session just opened. You don't really have any bars in the regular session to work with. So it's 1 minute for me most of the day. I just flip it back to fives for easy reference now that all of this is behind us. Uh, when I'm doing this session, 5 minute charts are a little bit easier. But when the session opens, ding, 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 I still got my daily, I got my 1 minute, and I have my 15 minute. Okay. A little bit more granular here because when you see something flattening out over here, well, it's going to look a lot different over here. So, for example, this is, well, is that the opening candle? Yeah, here's the opening candle. So this is about an hour in right here in this flat area. What looks flat, right? Nice and flat on the 15-minute level. But 9:45, if we cruise over here and examine this area right here, 9:45-ish. All right, we're in this little area right here. All right, I can see a lot more detail. So that just suits me. Okay, you could say, well, when it's popping up to this level, maybe I want to short some, but it just looks, the move is much more pronounced. I can see more wicks. I can see where the buyers tried to take it up, but couldn't with the close of that candle. So the 1 minute suits me for intraday trading, but I also like to consult the 15. Once we get to key levels, notice the green line right here. That's the 10 period. It's very conducive for the 15-minute to help identify the trend. Anytime we get a candle close below that 15 or that 10 period moving average could indicate a shift in momentum. Now, this is kind of nasty right here, but we can see, boom, as soon as we got below there, we hung out there for a little bit, reclaimed it, and now we're back below. So that's why I keep the 15 up so that I can reference the 10 period. And of course, on my other screen, I've always got the weekly hiding because if we get into a good momentum play, say to the upside, let's say today ape was really motoring to the upside and we were kind of getting frisky with the tops of these candles here and we pushed on up, right? If this thing was really in play to the upside and I thought it might make a big move, well, then I would consult the weekly. But most of the time, I can get what I need from the daily, the 1, and the 15. So, Tank, I hope that makes sense to you. Yeah, Leanne, and I got to tell you something. Let's just rewind to your comment here. Here we are today, Wednesday, the third trading day of the week. Um, Monday, Tuesday, great days. Most of the time, things did what I expected them to do. Um, and from a psychological standpoint, when you string a couple of good days together, what's your mindset for the next day? You're like, ooh, rubbing your hands together all, the prior evening, going, can't wait to get in there and sling some hash again tomorrow because it's been good. And then more times than not, and I've just seen and experienced this myself and seen other people, uh, you get too excited and you just have these preconceived notions to be. And today was the perfect testament to that not occurring. This thing, I'm just using this thing as a stock that I was in this morning. And usually when the SPY takes a nice run up like we had, yeah, let's just flip this back to the 5. You know, boom. I mean, we're just up, up and away, little pause, up and away again, little pause, up and away. And the thing that I was in, some pretty big size, just it was not moving. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, well, what's wrong here? What's going on? So instead of going crazy, I'm just like, okay, remember the last 2 days, things aren't working right now. Just calm down. Just be patient. This thing's probably going to do what you think it's going to do. It's just taking longer today. And Sometimes this happens. So it was a very good exercise in cooling the jets and going, yeah, I should be in a lot more size here, but I'm just not that confident. If it goes, I'll make a little bit. If not, no big deal. And eventually, the thing that I was in did what I thought it was going to do. Now, was I in as much as I should have been? I should have made 2, 3 times the amount of money, but the confidence level wasn't there. So I pulled the reins in. And sure enough, the delayed reaction kicked in and the thing worked. But sometimes you're just off. Sometimes the timing is not right. Sometimes the flow of the market is not right. And you have to be able to identify these things, right? Because I could have easily churned myself into an oblivion and dug a big hole. And then what does that do to your mental state? It wrecks it. And it just, it's not good. So, just sharing a little bit of my own psychological tortures as a trader this morning. Volume was there, Irma. Good question. Volume was there. Wasn't going Richter or anything, um, but it was one of my pet stocks that usually moves. It's a bank stock and it usually moves with all the other banks. In the meantime, Goldman's going up. All the regionals are going up. For some reason, this one was just sitting there. Bottom line, it happened today and it will happen again in the future. It's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when. And then knowing, when things like that occur, you have to go through your little mental checkpoints again. Okay, am I up? Yes. Am I greedy? Do I have a little FOMO? Yeah, yeah. Okay, well, put it in check because I'd rather have missed money than, you guessed it, lost money. My pleasure, Leanne. Let's see. I'm getting a warning sign over here that there's streaming issues. Can you guys still hear and see? Testing. Anyone? Bueller? Okay. Well, hopefully. Okay. Thank you, Tank. Just had that little message pop up that said we're having problems streaming, but I guess it was just temporary. Oh, is that tomorrow, Trader? Jackson Hole. Yeah, super secret cult meeting. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, Irma. All right. Very good. Okay. We're good. All right. What else? I would be remiss if I didn't talk about Piton. Well, as I recall not too long ago, I mean, what a perfectly timed COVID stock. Everybody's trapped at home. Bam, 170. And then, after all the malarkey clears and everybody's like, "Ew, I wonder what's going to happen to Peloton." Well, I think we all have the answer now. And I even recall weeks, months ago, of course, the Peloton commercials are on all the time. And what are they saying? They're like, yeah, everybody that uses a Peloton, 90% of the people keep using it. Well, not so sure about that. I think the market disagrees, and I apparently think the stock price disagrees as well. But boy, some nice trading opportunities in Piton today. Not one for the faint of heart, but if you were quick in and out, there were some really good quick moves in that thing today. Um, but you had to be quick for sure. Huge bids, huge offers. It would normally take better part of an hour to clear out. We're clearing out in, well, a matter of seconds, less than a minute. So Piton should be a good trader moving forward, one would think. Let's see, 1341 on the rail side, 300 million in the float, not quite 50 million traded today. So good action on the Piton. Is there a way to see stocks making multiple bullish candles on small time frames? Well, Tank, what comes to mind first off is, let's just duplicate an existing top list here. So multiple bullish candles. So I'm thinking that you're really meaning consecutive bullish candles, right? So let's do this. That's a pretty generic filter set. We'll just bump it up a little bit here to get some results. And where I would go for that is the search tab, and I would type in consec. And here we have our consecutive candles filter. So I'll just pick 5 minute. We'll add the filter and we'll say, okay, show me stocks that have at least 3 bullish or green candles, 3 bullish 5 minute candles, right? Let's go ahead and watch it as a column as well. That way we can see the exact value. Okay, so this list was pretty stacked in its natural form, but now I've got all these stocks to look at. MPW. All right. Not only has it put in, well, it's not calling one of these a bullish candle yet because this one has not closed, but we can see 1, 2, 3 leading into this 5 minute candle here. FNGD, ETF, 1, 2, 3, 4, where it's shown has 6 and is working on a 7th, right? So that is a handy way. Let's see who has that. Tank, using the consecutive candles filter, picking your time frame, and then just inserting, you know, your min here. So this would be 3 or more. Now, if you only wanted 3, you could cap it at 3 too. So you would only see things that were up exactly 3. It just depends on what you want. 3 or more, or only 3, or only 2. Take your pick. It should be easily doable. Okay, Irma, good question. How can you tell if the float has run more than once or over and over on a low float stock? Yeah, I call that, well, just trading the float, right? So let's go back to Piton. I know it hasn't flipped the float yet because it's got 300 million. This one's only traded 45 million. So let's see. Let's find one of these smaller floats. Okay, classic example right here. VCI Global Limited. All right, definitely been in play pre-market, crazy action today, but always forget my pen here. VCIG is the perfect example of what we're looking at right here. Float 1.8 million shares, but it's traded almost 39 million today. So let's just round this up to 40 million. Say this is 2 million. So the float hasn't flipped over 20 times yet, but it's pretty darn close. Okay, this one is a huge float flipper. 15, 16, 17 times it's traded a float of 1.8 million, and it's already cranked out 40 million. So Irma, that's the way you would go about it, is see how many are in the float and see how many shares have traded today. And of course, you could just divide this number into this number to get the X factor. Okay, Iris, to your question here. All right. Um, I could share these windows with you But here's the deal. They just come up blank because I've got this in my faves list. Okay. These are just watching highs and lows for my faves or my liked, what I call them, highs and lows. All right. These are also same window, just highs and lows, but these are looking at anything that had earnings before the market opened today and anything that had earnings at the close yesterday. So all four of these alert windows are pointed to my custom lists. So if I drop these cloud links in there, um, that custom list isn't going to pop over there. All right, how do I scan for a setup where the current candle is breaking the previous candle's high with the condition that the previous candle was red on a 15-minute interval? Breaking the previous candle's high. So it was a red 15-minute candle, and now it is hitting a high. Hmm. Well, Iris, I could give you my custom list, but it's always changing, right? But if you want the stocks in my fave list, there's about 81 in there. And a lot of them, there were like 100 in there yesterday, and I weeded out 19 that I don't care about anymore. So I can give you this list, no problem. But just keep in mind, you might like it and you might not. Okay. And then I'll come back to that question, Kishore. All right. There's a list. So if you copy that and drop it in, it should separate them, perhaps. I don't know. I thought I'd put them in column form, but you can try it out, Iris, on the list there. Okay, so let's get back to Kishore. Let's do this. We'll just start this guy from scratch. And I'll just throw in some generic pricing. And if we get this to work, well, then obviously you can change it up a bit. All symbols. Okay. So first and foremost, 15-minute high. We're going to try that one out. Okay. Now, breaking the previous candle's high. The previous candle was a red. Now, I don't have any clue if this is going to work, but this is the idea. One consecutive red candle, which would have to be the prior one. Well, I'll tell you what. I guess Kishore, the question would be only one red candle, prior candle red, or does it matter if the other one was red too? We'll leave it like this and just see what happens for now. Stock was down at least one 15-minute candle. And then it's got to be hitting a high in the 15-minute time frame in the current candle. Well, That was how long ago? Okay, Futu. Okay, I think this is what you're looking for right here, Kishore. Look, Futu right here. We got a red candle, and now we've got a 15-minute candle that's breaching the high of that prior 15-minute candle. Okay, well, let's take a peek at, okay, well, let's spit them out left and right here. Now, did this candle just start? Okay, no, because you would think there it's calling that a red candle, even though the color is not red. Okay, this one's doing it. So you're going to have one slide through every once in a while. Okay, but that's fitting the bill. That's fitting the bill. But like I said, you're going to have some of these slide through from time to time. But it looks like a simple solution that is working. Okay, so let's retitle this. New 15-minute high, prior red candle. And just keep in mind, these are the only filters that I popped in. 10, 150, had to have traded 250,000 shares on the day thus far. And it looks like this thing's pretty active. Yeah, see, so it's considering that one red. But definitely doing what it is that we hoped it would do. So I will drop this cloud link in there for you, Kishore. All right, glad I could help. I just answered, is there a red bar ignored pattern recognition type scan? Yes. Red bar ignored and green bar ignored. We have specific scans for that. However, you have to go, where's this thing? I think it's Market Explorer. DDD. Here we go. Well, RBI GBI, I thought it was here. It's been so long since I accessed it. I thought it had its own little menu here. Da, 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 da. There we go. Okay, so it is still in its own little container down here. It's just been a while, so we don't need that. Okay, premium RBI and GBI. Let's see. Yeah, we'll just pull up a 5-minute. I think you were saying you were red bar ignored. Yeah, okay. So RBI on the 5. Now it's going to take a while for something to pop in here, but this is looking for that exact pattern, Jamie, and all the different time frames. Which this one started to look like a red bar ignored, you know, because you have to have consecutive, I think 3 consecutive candles leading up. Then we get a red bar, but then the next bar is green, right? So Okay, now we have one forming in peg. Okay, so right now we have a 15-minute red bar ignore potential forming in peg, but we'd have to have a red bar here, then a green bar close around it for it to be the confirmed version. And then the idea is if we get a red bar here, but then we get a green bar close on the next candle, then the pattern is intact and, we're looking for that upside move. So different ways to skin the cat there, Jamie. Download the last scan you shared, not working. You talking about this? You talking about the 15-minute thing I just did for Keyshore? Has anyone else tried to load that window? Because I'm going to copy it and just load it here just to make sure the link isn't broken. No, pulled it right up. So Iris, I'll drop this link one more time, but that's a functioning link, so it should be working. Okay, now working. Okay, great. Okay. What happened to Dish, says Michael. Did it run away with the spoon? Well, yeah, Dish and Siri are great little scalping mechanisms. Only problem is it's never, the reason I don't follow Dish, Siri, is because they're never shortable for some reason. Not at Ameritrade anyway. But looks like it just got a little shellacking. Looks kind of like the ape pattern this morning. Of course, we didn't have the pause that refreshes here before the release, but Dish just taking a little beating, but still up on the day. Earnings were done back on the 8th. Okay, Kishore, you would go to new, and you would come down to premium RBI and GBI. Then it's going to let you select your time frames or RBI and GBI. Now, this is going to show you as the pattern is forming, right? It's not confirmed yet. But if you prefer to wait for confirmation, in other words, on a red bar ignored, you got the consecutive green bars leading up, you got the red bar, and then you got the green bar. So there's a sandwich. It's going to wait for that green bar sandwich with the red in the middle to actually close before you're alerted. These versions will show you as the questionable bar is forming, in case you want to go a little earlier. These wait for confirmation and the closing of the green or red candle. Aha, okay. Let's just do a little experiment here, Iris. Let me go back to that list. Oh, and you can't. Well, problem is you can't copy it. So, yeah, Iris, just send an email into info@trade-ideas.com and say I was on the support session. They'll forward the email to me, and then I'll put those symbols in a list for you so that when I respond and say, okay, it's done, you know what to do. You just go into configure and then you'll find the new list. Because remember, it won't be over here at first. And you'll have to find it over here and click on it, then it will show up. Well, I just came in here and you can do this even right now by going back and just, looking at the list that I dropped in there. All you'd have to do is go to tools, and this is the easiest way. And of course, you also learn um, tools, symbol list, create new list. At that point in time, you just find the new list, you click edit, and you just start typing away. Hey, there's one, there's two, there's three, right? And then you can see those stocks. Then you point your window to that list, and voila, custom list. To your question there, Tank. No, these aren't the only stocks I'll trade, um, but they're some of my favorite scalping stocks, right? So always like to see, 15, 30 minutes into the open, one's hitting a high or low. I'm not just going to jump into it because it's hitting a high or low, but I'm going to check out the price action on my intraday charts and see if it's conducive, see if it looks like an opportunity to me. Because, even though I pared my favorites list down from 100 and something down to 80 yesterday, um, a lot of those stocks are just they're not going to be the ones that I would trade that day because the volume's not there. There's no earnings or anything. So it's just a way to keep a rich universe of opportunity at my disposal without getting too overloaded. But as far as, you know, let's say I wasn't watching, you know, Lumen, for example, it can get up and boogie and have some good moves from time to time. But, 145-ish down to 142, that wasn't a bad little scalping opportunity right there. You know, nice and sideways, risk is clearly definable. Okay, I'll go ahead and get short here because I think it's gonna punch on down. That's what reading the tape is telling me. It's what watching the order book is telling me. The risk is low. Get short here at 145. Have an opportunity to make, well, 3 cents at the bottom, but whoever gets out at the bottom, but nice little 2 cent scalp on 10,000 shares there, would have been nice. Most people look at this chart and go, "Pfft, why bother?" Well, depends on your style, right? If you're looking for big moves in a stock, yeah, Lumen's not your baby. But if you like being in 5 or 10,000 shares, well, a couple of pennies is a great trade. And the SPY. Well, I guess the question is answered now. Can we get through the 10 period with conviction, or is it going to act as a wet blanket? Well, right now, looks like the bulls are back in charge. Where might we go? Well, you can see I've got these little tranches already drawn in here based on what might act as potential supply level. And then we've got the 50 period looming right at that potential supply level. So, even if we do get some gusto, go test this level, we're going to have that 50 period to deal with. And we'll be trapped between the 50 and the 10, with the 20 coming to meet everybody. It should be an interesting little catalyst once all that converges. All right, little time check. Wow, 45 minutes has already gone. Nikola a few days ago was really, ever since we released from here, some really nice downside action in Nikola. One of the very hyped electric vehicle companies. Isn't it odd? Just about every other one is in the toilet. Of course, Tesla being the king daddy of electric vehicles, still taking its medicine. Just zoom out a little bit here. So not quite cut in half, but close enough. Tesla cuts in half. Everybody else goes down to very, very low prices. And I just don't see that many Nikolas and Rivians on the road unless you're in Southern California, maybe. Hey, Leanne, I see your question there. Not really. Not really. That is something I did a very, very, very long time ago. Um, Consult, train people, all that good stuff. I haven't really done that in a very long time. And when I say long time, I mean like back in the 90s. Pardon me, just somebody's pestering me on my phone. Let me dispatch them. Okay, so yeah, just looks like a nice grind higher. And as we peck another high on the SPY, let's check in on the pink. So what do we get down to here? 2168. So even if I would not have gotten stopped out at the whole number, the most that was on the table was about 30 cents. I hope Barry made money on that. And Yang, being the China bear, reversing. But in a very precarious position up here. Got above the 200-day for a while, but now giving it back up. And we got the 10 period down here to try to catch it. Of course, China's always the wild card. Economy's good. Economy's bad. Things are great. Things are bad. Hey, let's build a city and never occupy it. Okay, let's do that 10 or 20 times. Okay, great. You can't figure China out. Right, yeah. I did see a few when I took a little John out to SoCal for the 4th week. I did see a few Rivians, but mostly it's just white Teslas. I mean, I'm not kidding. White Teslas everywhere. And you're like, why does everybody get white? Well, that's the base color. If you want a different color, you got to pay extra. So I guess everybody's just like, yeah, I'll take the white one. All right. Looks like
Henry Ford.
Hey, did you know they had electric cars at the turn of the century, Barry?
I did. Sort of.
They were
But I'm just
everywhere.
it recalls, but Henry Ford, you can have any color you want as long as it's black.
That's right. Yep.
That was, I have no idea if that's a true quote for him, but it's been quoted like that through the ages.
Well, did you ever see any Model Ts that weren't black in old
No,
films and stuff?
no. In
Nope.
fact, I was thinking of that the other day, and I was wondering. I wonder when the first colored car came out, like something not black. I wonder when that actually came out.
Yeah, I guess when did Ford first start giving people the color option?
Exactly.
And talk about weirdness, Barry. Here we got the spy, hey, everything's fine. And we got the bonds going up, you know?
Hmm.
So, yeah, interesting.
Yeah,
Interesting
I don't
market.
really, I really don't look at the bond mark. I mean, I have this little email that I get every morning, and it talks about all the different instruments out there, and this is happening, Treasury's doing this and that. I have to admit, I really don't pay that much attention to it,
Yeah.
but I'm sure it's important. Sure, it is
Well,
important, but I
I got
don't.
to say, especially from a day trader perspective, you would think, why would I ever trade anything that has to do anything with bonds? That stuff's never going to move.
Right.
Well, in this market environment with the debt being downgraded and nobody's buying treasuries anymore, TMF is a great little trader. And, scalping it can kind of drive you crazy.
Hmm.
Um, but, just picking a bottom, picking a top, taking a small risk, a lot of times, can pay off handsomely.
Hmm.
Yep.
To
But
answer your
anyway,
question about pink, I'm out of pink. I got a little bit greedy, and I was in at 21.90 on the short. You're right, it got down into the 60s,
hmm
and in the mid 80s, I decided to turf it, and it got it back up into 22. I mean, I was asking too much from, it had a tremendous day down yesterday on earnings, continuation, all time low, but
yep.
probably asking a little too much for it. For it to keep moving down into the low 21s.
Well, and that's what, hey, I love the all-time lows as well.
Hmm.
It just seems like they never go down easy, you know, because they're in that no man's land. Now, every once in a while, you'll get one that just craters, right?
Yeah,
Um,
and I like pink because it wasn't there weren't giant red candles. There were no really green candles, so it wasn't
right.
chopping all over the place. So I thought, okay, this has been even the day before yesterday, earning. I actually saw it 2 days ago. I said, oh, this is interesting. This has earnings tomorrow, so this is I'm talking about this 2 days ago, and it was moving down. The bets were being placed, and it was an all-time low then. Earnings come out, it's an even more of an all-time low. And now again, it's an all-time low. But those sort of ones, I find the more expensive ones are a little more conducive to moving down in more in a more orderly fashion.
Oh, for
I find
sure.
that the cheaper ones under $10, they can
Mhm.
be all over the place.
Yep.
But anyway, so
Well,
Ruckus is sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to tell you, I rushed the entry on PINC
Hmm.
because most of the times when they put in these little consoli patterns, right? I mean, doesn't look like a big move. Here we are at the whole number, and now here we are back at 15.
Hmm.
So what I usually do on a play like this is, okay, go ahead and get into 100 or whatever your low lot is, and then watch it because more than likely they're gonna try to run the stop. So as long as I can be patient and focus, usually I'm entering when everybody else is getting stopped out.
Hmm.
Okay. And that works most of the time because you can see, okay, they're not taking it past 15 or whatever the magic number is here on those wicks. And every time they've done it, they rip it right back down. So that's where the seller is, He ain't leaving 15, but he's gonna, you know, they're gonna do their magic to try to get everybody out before the seller shows his hand again and actually takes it down. So
Hmm.
I rushed it this morning and just went, it's either gonna work or it doesn't. But if I would have been a little bit more patient and methodical on my entry, it would have been a great trade, you know. And
Well, you
well,
didn't obey your trading plan, is what you're
yeah,
saying.
exactly. More importantly, I would have not been stopped out.
Right, right.
hmm
You want to answer? Kishore's got some questions. I'll put myself on mute just for another 5 minutes or so. Keisha's got some questions for you.
Yeah, man. Let me see here. For intraday chart, candle is called an up candle if the high of the candle is higher than the high of the previous candle, and the low of this candle is higher than the low of the previous candle. Yes? the It's all about closes, right? I haven't even addressed this in so long. Um, so for example, the open here 25.79 and the close 25.79 and then the close was 24.05. So, you know, if it closes lower than where it opened, it is a red candle. And flipping that around to the other side, say a candle opens at 10, closes at 10:01, that is technically a green candle. I mean, Barry, I think that's accurate. It's all about the opening price and the closing price, regardless of time frame.
Yeah, and I know it's a little bit different from a lot of other charting programs. It really hasn't concerned me that much because I'm not sure what the huge difference would be, what the importance it would be. Between I don't want to. I don't know if we do it the traditional way. That's all I can say. But I've looked at it just like you, Jamie, ever since 2010. I've seen the candles, and it really hasn't bothered me one way or the other.
Right. So I mean that I'm confirming what I just said. Open 2202, close 2198. Open 2198, close 2196. Now we're trying to put in this guy. Opened at 2194. It's currently above, so as long as it stays above 2194, closes, that should be a green candle.
Hmm.
Yeah, Tank, this is both. It becomes the live support session from 12 to 1 every weekday while Barry takes his break, but he is also mirroring the trading room in the YouTube section.
I mean, you guys can ask questions all day long. I mean, yeah, I trade, so I think people think that they shouldn't be bothering me because I'm trading and all that. But no, no, you can ask me questions all day long. So I call it support/trading room.
Ooh, the ITOS is
Yeah, I know. But now look at the Arcus.
cranking
Finally,
again. Which one?
I don't know if you heard me talking about Arcus,
Oh, Ruckus,
R-
yeah.
R- RCUS, and I tried to short it twice and just didn't work. And now it's working. Now it's working. Both of those were my number one shorts
Hmm.
looking in the pre-market because I don't know if you saw the news. The,
I did not.
those are okay. Those two companies are linked. I guess they have a similar drug, but the news seemed to be that Roche, the big drug manufacturer, somehow some data got leaked. And these guys, ITOS, Arcos, and a couple of others, I guess, have similar drugs. So
Okay.
this information got mistakenly put out there, and so because they have a similar drug, they popped. No other reason, no other
Interesting.
reason at all. So I looked at that in the pre-market. I said, "Well, come on, this has got to be
Don't you
shortable at
hate it
some
when
point."
company secrets just accidentally leak out?
Yeah.
I hate it when
Well,
that happens.
wow, look at Arcus now. My goodness, I was waiting for this. So it was driving me crazy because ITOS was moving down quite smartly, and that
Hmm.
that Arcus was just sort of hanging around that 24 mark seemingly forever. But yeah, finally, now it's a nice big crack because there was no news for those two companies specifically.
Yeah, and look how perfectly it's shaping up over here on the 15.
Yes,
I mean,
and
just
that's all I
cracking
use
it,
is just
cracky,
the
cracky.
15. Oh yeah,
How's the volume in it? Yep, still raging
yep,
on the volume. 46, not that high of a float either.
yep. And I vowed I wasn't going to do it again, but it was too juicy. So you are you were, well, just as I was talking when I entered the room, I said, Jamie, I'm in Arcus. I don't know if you heard me, but maybe you didn't hear me. But
Well, I heard you talking about it, because I always listen. from the open
Mhm.
or slightly before the open. And I heard you. I was like, Barry's cussing about our cuss.
He's cussing. I'm our
Said to
customer.
myself,
As badly as a Canadian will do. Cuss.
frasha, frasha, frasha.
That's right.
Oh,
Well,
goodness.
Jamie, listen, you can take off if you want. You've done a solid effort in the room, as I can see. You've answered all the questions.
Okie dokie.
So you can take off if you'd like. So again, always appreciative when all you guys take over for me for that hour and give me the break.
It is our pleasure. Now, see, I only need to mimic you, Barry. Like, I need to go do my workouts and all that stuff and my
Hmm.
vacuuming and stuff. And, you know, I have faith in myself. I can do it.
No, wait a minute. Why am I getting all those symbol lists?
Oh, I tried to drop a custom list
And how do I get rid of that?
into the chat for Iris, but I clicked on it and it went away. But I think when I disconnect, or no, let's see, how do you get rid of that thing?
I know it's happened every now and then, but it happened months ago, and I just can't remember now how to get rid of that.
Hmm. Oh, let
So,
me let me pop back up here to where I dropped it in, and maybe there's an option. There we go. You got to
there you
scroll
go.
back up to the original post. See, I can hit show, and then I can hit hide.
Oh, I see. Okay, cool.
Okay, hey,
And
this
as far
works.
as Iris, it's a little bit of work, but they're all four letter symbols or companies probably, right? So yeah, it's a little bit of work. You just have to type them in. Every four letters is a new symbol, and just a little bit of work, and you can do it.
Absolutely. Okay, let
Okay.
me disconnect here, and I see you got the screen back. Okay, thanks a lot, everybody. Thanks, Barry. Happy trading for the rest of the day. I'll talk to you later.
As I am now back in both rooms and happier than something or other. I was just talking to Jamie in our YouTube room, and just as I entered the YouTube room to sort of spell him a little bit earlier, the Arcus broke down again, and I closed my eyes, held my nose, pinched my nose, and I got into the short for the third time today. Third time lucky. Third time lucky. This is what I thought was gonna, I was hoping would happen earlier for both the I'm not sure not dumping on you, Shady. My whole idea of ITOS and Arcus was to short them. And because I just didn't see why they'd be up just because of the leaked data has nothing specifically to do with them. So I thought it was a little bit much. Anyway, finally the Arcus is working, and a big shout out to Real too because he certainly made my day on the ANF short. It just goes to show you just have to. Sometimes you just stick with it. The only reason I knew about the Ruckus or Arcus was because even though I said I was going to get rid of the thumbnail, I kept it. I kept it right there. And so, I mean, look what it was doing. This is like one, two. This is almost like 3 hours of doing nothing, and then boom, down it goes. So So Tank, is there a premium channel if you subscribe to so the only reason people subscribe to premium is to get well, usually 90% of the time, 98% of the time, they just want to have access to what we call our AI. Okay. That's why people do it. There's really no other reason. I mean, there are some other differences. If you're super into back testing, if you had a strategy you wanted to back test to see how well it has done over the last, say, 90 days to see whether or not in the future could it do the same sort of thing. Then back testing is available also as a premium feature. Very few of our customers do that. But I would say that the majority that take our premium service is just because they want to have access to our AI. AI is not having a good day today, but this is what it looks like. You have an alert and you just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. How you trade them will be completely up to you. Okay. Is RH bullish right now where it bounced on the daily and the weekly? Okay, let's take a look at RH. Well, it's having a bullish day, but does one day mean that it's going to keep going? I mean, it's having a bullish day, but you now, if you believe in price targets, UBS raised the price target to 350. Well, it's already at 350, so that's probably benefiting from that today. Hmm. Excuse me, guys. Hopefully, I caught that sneeze in time. So when you say, do you start getting alerts as soon as enrolling into? Now, again, if you're talking about the AI, excuse me, the AI, the earliest alert you'll get will be 9:40. Okay, doesn't mean you'll have one at 9:40. This is it for the day, though. Okay, so all you have to do, you just load this. If you have our premium service, and then you just load this window, make it part of your layout, and then tomorrow when you load trade ideas, assuming you do it before the market opens, this window will be blank. You just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. I don't pay any. I don't look at these numbers at all. I mean, it means these numbers mean nothing to me. It's a matter of, okay, here's the alert. I don't ever take a trade on my scans, an AI scan. I get an alert, doesn't mean boom, I'm in the trade immediately. I'm always going to check out the chart and check out what the SPY is doing, perhaps, if I think it's a stock that is going to maybe be a little bit beholden to what the overall market's doing. And these are not designed because people say, yeah, but the alert was at 82.24 and now it's 82.40. That means I'm too late. No, these are not designed, for quick hitters. And sometimes when you wait, sometimes it goes down below the entry price, and you can wait again for it to come back up. Okay, Sarge, I am going to private message you. Okay. So here I just picked in test. Hopefully you can see that. Okay, good. Here's my home page. And here is the promo you can use. Okay, instead of the Barry 15, just give me one moment. Okay, so again, instead of the Barry 15, use that one, okay? Good to go? Okay, great. Man, oh man, that turned out to, I mean, just it's amazing how I'm glad I didn't give up completely on it. I was a little disappointed, obviously, earlier. How long was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, almost 3 hours. Almost 3 hours doing nothing. And then, boy, once we got that candle right there. Okay, guys, what I'm doing here is I'm going to put another momentum scan here in replace of these two. Okay. Now I have to adjust that. We don't care about the type because we know it's a new high for the day. So let me and this is on my home page. Okay, it's on my home page. And I may add some other columns right now, but right now this is it. So here's the miso as an example. Miso. Just going to put a sound alert on it. Start off with the splash. Then Pepe's going to tell me, well, you can't hear it because you don't have your sound bar on. Okay, you're right, or your toggle. Okay, there we go. Man, Ruckus actually showed up on the option scanner now too. So for boring being chopped up earlier, other than my ANF second attempt to go long on it, this has turned into a great day now. Pink did not. I got out of the pink. A little bit greedy, as I was saying to Jamie. A little bit greedy. It was short 2190. It got down into the 2160s, and then it came right back up, and I was holding on, thinking, okay, maybe, but no. So I got out of that one basically flat, and then I recalled a reel that talked about ANF being in a downward, some kind of a downward trend. So I looked at it, liked it, took the short, thanked him, and then the ruckus. So that, yeah. Meanwhile, VCIG, you're right now. I think the next high looking left is 1144. So this had some news this morning, if you want to call it news. Well, it was news. Listen, I guess I shouldn't disparage it too much, but they made some news about AI plus Microsoft. Okay. Always good to put AI in a press release and Microsoft, and this is what you can get. That's what happened. It's interesting because the AI at the beginning, they had both of these as longs, the itis. Now, the itis would have worked a little bit at 1745. It did get close to 18, but look at them now. That's why I'm saying use this like a watch list. It generates the symbols. You can trade them either way. Sure, there's a obviously a bias at the beginning, but doesn't mean that's what you have to do. And this is not to be auto traded. So this is looking pretty good, guys. If you're in this one, this VCIG, this blue screen you see here. This is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. You can't see the symbol here, but this is VCIG, and there's the halt at 858. And well, in a flash, what it was saying was 880, 880. So it looked like this, when it came out of the halt. But you see how this changes. I mean, this is nothing written in stone. This is giving maybe a bit of a clue as to where it may open. And if it's a five, usually there are 5-minute halts. So if this is a 5-minute halt, this will open at 114 plus 25 seconds. So in about 2 minutes from now, if it's a 5-minute halt, Well, I still have 850 here from Interactive Broker. So let's see. Less in if it's going to be a 5 minute halt, it'll open in less than 1 minute. Well, if you're seeing 888, I mean, it may be somewhere. I'm not, this is not infallible. All right, guys. Well, if this is going to 10 seconds, if it's going to be a 5 minute halt, this will be less than 10 seconds. It'll be five, four, three, two, and open. There we go. So it opened a little bit lower, guys. A little bit lower, not much. And you know what this means to me? Give me a moment. I'm watching this one. I want to see if it gets over 858 again. That was the halt price. I want to see if it gets over 858 again. This is not a recommendation to do what I may do, okay? But that's kind of what I look at. Comes out of the halt, goes down below the number, and then comes back through it. It's highly risky. Go all in, yeah. Okay, good. So just the reset, just all you had to do was a reset. You didn't have to exit trade ideas and come back in. You just had to do just literally the reset from account. Give me a moment, guys. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm yes, okay. Took some out right around the night, high 80s, 880s. As I said, the only way I take these is if there was the halt at 850. Yes. This was the halt at 858. When it came out of the halt, look, it resumed at 850 and actually dropped down into the 830s. The only time I do these is if it goes above the halt price. And it did, got up to 852, well, 858. So I took it, right, it was around it was 863. I took it at 863 and I got some out in the high 880s. And now I'll just wait and see if it can take out 9. Again, highly risky. Not but I've done that before. That's kind of my the way I will trade something coming out of a halt. Long as it didn't really like it didn't pull back so much. Again, the halt price was 858 and I think it got down to what 830 or something. If it had gone down right down to 7, I mean, forget about it. No, can it take out 9 again? And why would I do it in the first place? Because the next high looking left. Sorry. is 11:37. Okay, I'm out. I'm gone. I'm gone. That pop over 9. I mean, I'm out of it completely, guys. It could go on without me to 11, and if you guys are still in it, but just be careful. Oof. You know what? It'll never get old, Todd. It never gets old. I never take a good trade for granted. Something that works out, and never take it for granted. Well, I'll tell you why, because it's hard. It's not easy. Trading is not easy. And so every time you make a pretty good trade, you should be really, proud of yourself. As long as it wasn't just "Oh, I think I'll take this trade," without any plan whatsoever. I mean, you can still be proud, I guess, if you get into something by fluke. But no, I mean, trading is so flippin' difficult. I don't care how long you've been trading. And true, the action. I mean, when you get something like this where it's very very crazy. Look at the market. My goodness. Look at this market, guys. When it's halted, I only take it when it has to drop down below the halted price, trader. Okay. So it was halted at 858. Okay. And I watched it and it got down to about 830. And then when it got up to that price right there, the 858, I got it at 863 to be exact. And the only reason I do that is that I've seen it quite a few times. I mean, is it going to work every single time? Of course not. But I've seen it quite a few times when a stock gets halted and it moves down below the halt, when it opens and it moves down below the halt price and it gets back up to the halt price, it could have another pop. So that I was just playing what I've seen in the past. Didn't mean it was going to work. Brian, when you say you didn't get this alert on what I think a swim, what do you mean? Mean a halt? Mean the halt of it? I don't, yeah, I cannot comment. Well, I can try, but I don't, I've never had Thinkorswim. They must have, well, we have a halts resumes, of course. So that's what I'm looking at. Hey, Taurus, are you in the room? I think I saw you posted something earlier. Are you still in the room? Okay, I have to thank you very much. It was a very nice email you sent to trade ideas regarding the trading room, etc. So very much appreciated. Thank you. And also anybody else, again, who has sent emails to trade ideas regarding the position of the trading room, well, the lack of position of the trading room tab now to get into the room. But some of you have added some other personal comments, and very much appreciated. Now, speaking of which, 123, I guess I got to do a video. Oh, I'm manual entering. I'm manual entering on the VCIG. You know, it was moving fast, obviously. So I put the minute it got to the 858, I started, you know, in the order you have IB, right? So in the order entry in the limit price, I just put a limit price in there and I hit it and I got to fill immediately. And then I manage my exits. No, I'm not an investment Ashby. If you got into VCIG at $3.10, um, fabulous. You know, I wouldn't if you've not taken anything off, and I'm not a financial advisor, so even what I'm going to say next, I shouldn't, but I'd be taking some off for sure. But this could pop up to $10 in the next second, so that's why I'm not going to. You have to manage the trade on your own. But I mean, if you got in at 310, and you're in a triple now, basically. And remember, if you think this is going to last, it's not gonna it shouldn't last. I mean, it's the only reason it's doing this. How can a stock go up 136%? It's because of the float. 1.8 million in the float, and that's a very, very low number. People ask, well, what do I consider a low float? And my standard answer is for me, anything under 20 million. But you know, somebody else might say, well, no, I consider anything under 5 million, and that's fine. The lower, the lower that number, again, remember what the float means. That's the available number of shares that can be traded on a daily basis. You take the number of shares outstanding and you start subtracting. Not so much probably in cases like this, but if you took a look at took a look at Apple, you'd see they have. Let me just show you before I do my video. When you look at Apple and you see the float is 15.7 billion, well, that's not the number of shares outstanding. The number of shares outstanding will be more than that. And so what you do is you start subtracting what all the C-suiters own, the CEO, etc., some probably big mutual funds, what they own, because they can't trade those shares on a daily basis. So that gets you down to what's like the float number. That's the effective number of shares that can be traded on a daily basis. You know, that's a huge number. For Apple to move 125%, it would take some insane news. Okay, we've taken over the world. Maybe they already have, but that's why something like VCIG with that float in there. So again, that's a supply. Now, for whatever reason, if the demand and look at the demand, somebody asked in the YouTube room about float turnover, and yeah, we do have a filter for that. But look at this. I mean, this is 1.8 million in the float. It's traded 54 million. Okay. I'll do some real, you know, it'll be more than this, but you know, that's traded the float, say 27 and a half times. Turn the float over 27 and a half times. And so there's tremendous demand, very low supply. You know, and just think about anything else on earth. If you have that situation, what happens to the price? It goes up. Now, the flip side, though, is once the buying, look at this 15-minute chart here, guys. Look at these volume bars increasing, increasing, increasing. Now, eventually, you're going to get, you know, a lot of profit taking. And when that happens, the volume's going to dry up. There'll be no buying enthusiasm, and this stock could just sink like a stone. Okay, so well, Jamie was trading so many shares, you know, and without getting into how many shares I take on something like this, um, it was trading so many shares, and so it wasn't hard to get, you know, approximately what I wanted. Now, I also had put my limit price above the current price. The minute it hit 158, I put that limit price in at 16 whatever at 158. It's at 863. So it was still sort of trading at 858, and then it just zoomed, and I got my fill. Anyway, look at this market. Now, interestingly, so there there's a late one from the AI even. So at 1 o'clock, the AI 789, 866, 9%. Okay, that's why you watch this all day. Now I have no idea if you could have got it at 789, but even if you got it at 8, you see, this is what I'm saying. It's not you, nobody should get it hung up on you miss it by a bit. Well, I was going to do my video on VCIG, and now I'll definitely do it. Something a little interesting and kind of fun. So the question is, will I get back into this? If it takes out the high of the day, believe it or not, I there's a chance I'll get back into it. Again, not a recommendation to do the same. I'm just thinking how traders, or think I understand how traders work. And if that takes out the high of the day, then they're looking left and they say, wow, this actually got up to 1128. When was this? This was back in June. Meanwhile, ITOS, oh, brother. Okay, guys, I must do my video. Keep saying we're going to do it, but and look at TSAT. TSAT, what a run it has been on, guys. Not every day. It had the great earnings play, couple of days up, little 3-day pullback, and since then, 3 days up. TSAT, TSAT. Okay, I better do my video. Let me do my video. Back around. Time is it now? 13:31, 131, say 130, 141, 142-ish. Didn't take that long. Okay, muting myself now. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, let's see. About everything again, guys. Obviously, covered the Arcus. That was a great move. Um, all I'm going to wait for. I mean, this VCIG may not be over. I mean, somebody asked me in a YouTube room, would I take it again if it hit the highs? I would hope it doesn't happen too soon. You know, if it powers right through the high of the day, yeah, then that's all traders are going to look at again. Oh, I forgot this actually went up to 24 something, but more recently it got up to 11 something, 1133 ish. So Sarge, I don't know if you're still in the room. I just asked, have a private message for you. Now, remember, for the last month or so, I've been not really caring too much about these crazy low floaters, and I said, more concentrating more on the earnings plays. Well, earnings plays, but I did say that, it's almost like sector rotation. You're in earnings season, so call it the earnings season sector, and then that disappears, and then all of a sudden you get all these crazy ones coming at you. Okay, so if you could just put it in there, your what I asked for, that'd be great. Great, thank you very much. Give me a moment, guys. You know what I'm doing. Jeez, just give me a moment. Okay, just had to do some deleting. Hmm. Another another private message to you, Sarge. Yeah, the bets look like they are being placed, aren't they? But who knows, guys? I'm not doing it. Yesterday I had a strong inclination to take that NVDL right at 100. Ah, there we go. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Sarge. Okay. Perfect. Thank you very much. Yeah, I was looking at taking this at 100 yesterday, and I was thinking, why not just hold a little bit? Just hold, a few shares. If it drops $10, it's not going to kill you. It goes up $10, it's not going to, make you rich. But then it did this. It started dropping in the pre-market, and it did this. So there are mixed emotions, definitely, about what's going to happen with Nvidia after hours. Now, are those one of those companies that releases, right at basically at 4, or do they pull an Apple and delay it till about 4:30? I think Apple's the only ones. No, you can use your browser doc. Okay, so this new website here, this is what we're really trying to drive home now. So we don't have an app, but we do have, but you can just use your browser. And I actually looked at it on my phone. It's not bad. Okay, you go to this market scope. You can see a ticker running crawling across biggest gainers. You can have different. Let me go here. Stock race set top list. You can drag and drop different top lists down. So that it looks pretty good on a phone. So it's on an app. I guess technically it's on an app, but just use your browser. That's what I did, and it looks pretty good. That is found here. Well, it's on our homepage. Hmm. What? Okay, last time, Sarge. Last time. They can't find that email either. Sorry to bother you. All right, guys, let's see. I'm not getting too many. What happened with True here? True is sort of interesting. It's through the 200-day moving average. The next high looking left on the daily is about well, maybe not. Might be too much resistance, not that far away. Like to see something way cleaner. So in other words, looking at it at 250. When I look left, I like to see something like around 3 or over 3 as the next high looking left. So it could have some room to run before it hits that. Okay, so you haven't taken out the subscription. You haven't taken the subscription out yet. Because I gave you a code for an annual, right? And so you haven't actually taken out a subscription yet then. It's okay. I'm just trying to find your email. Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha. Okay, no problem. Yeah, I mean it'll be all I mean, remember, Nvidia was up so much, not so much because of what they did, but what they said they were going to do. What they said they were going to do is now this quarter, and now we'll see if that was true. If they hit their marks. If they didn't hit their marks, what they said they were going to do, I mean, Nvidia is not going away, but I would expect a pretty big drop. But if they hit their marks, then it will be about, okay, now what are you going to do for us next quarter? Hmm. My single stock window has something happened to my single stock window. I am I've been disconnected because I haven't paid my bills. Just give me a moment. I know what happened. When I went to our new website, I can't, I cannot be in both accounts at the same time. So that's what happened. Okay, so I better log out. There we go. Back to normal. Why is anchored VWAP a premium feature when it is just another line that sometimes works and sometimes does not? Well, if it doesn't work all the time, then there's something going on. I mean, it's always worked for me, so I cannot. I'm not obviously a big user of it, but let's just take a look. Do the pinch because the pinch usually will have two lines. Give me a moment. Give me a moment here. All right. Whew. Okay. I wasn't getting any chart data for a while. Okay, so I don't know exactly what you mean, Tank. I mean, I'm just going through a few of these. This is a AWAT from Big Gap. That blue line here is the line that's supposed to be drawn. So I don't know how to answer your question. I mean, it draws it for me automatically. Let's go through a few more. As long as I get a blue line, then I know the line that anchors VWAP has been drawn. So not sure how to answer your question. I mean, it's definitely working for me in terms of the line drawing, being drawn all the time. Well, a lot of math went into it. Michael spent a lot of time. Listen, don't take it up with me. You want to take it up with somebody. I don't use it, so but if you want, you can add support at trade hyphen di sorry support at trade-ideas.com. Michael Noss is the one who developed it all with the lines automatically being drawn. Oops, sorry about that. Wrong. And if you really want to get into it, if you can be around next Tuesday between 12 and 1, Michael is in our YouTube room, and you can ask him that very question. But there's a lot of math that went into it. Oh, I see. Well, yeah, that I can't answer. Did you mean that the line is drawn sometimes and sometimes it's not? Or are you wondering how to use it, when you get the alert? I'm the wrong person, of course, because I don't use it. So they're more designed for swing trading. Okay. So consequently, that's why I don't really use it. Hey guys, look at next gen. Next gen is popping here on some volume. NXGN. Yeah, next definitely 12 between 12 and 1 Eastern time. And he's in every Tuesday. Okay. You can ask him the very question. No, he's not a software developer. No, no, but he's pretty good at the math to use to create this those sort of strategies. But no, he's not a software developer. All right, guys, things have. Well, let's take a look at this next. Oh, this next gen. This is any news on this one? A report suggesting companies exploring a sale with advice from Morgan Stanley. So there's your reason for the NXGN pop. Okay, I have to. I forgot to do this, so I better thumbnail VCIG. I have a price alert set, but I also want to be able to eyeball it. I have it thumbnailed on my other. So I've just thumbnailed it right here, so I can keep an eye on it. I'll also have my price alert set for it. It hits the if it hits the high of the day. Now, understand, just because if it hits the high of the day, I'm going to take the trade immediately, and I may not take the trade at all. But I do want to know about it, and I think I have an idea how other traders will react. Well, here's another retailer, guys. I didn't really see this one, but Lazy Boy, another retailer, not having a terrible day. I guess as long, a retailer that hasn't tanked. But look what it did. It got right into the 200 moving average earlier. Wow. Yeah, I got right into the 200-day moving average earlier today, probably on that opening 15-minute candle. Yeah, got down to 28.12, which is in essence the 200-day moving average. 27.97 is the essence of it. Yeah, as Michael explains it, Shaw, I mean, it's the math isn't super complicated. It's just tedious. It can be very tedious. Okay, and you got to get your brain wrapped around a few things, but it's more tedious, and he just likes doing that stuff. You've been talking lazy boy for a month. Well, I would have been losing a lot of money then if I had followed your advice a month ago. Ah, well, let's see, a high of 33, 34, gets down to 28. Oh, short. Oh, okay. All right. NR guys, what's NR? New Park Resources. NR. What we're going to do here is I'm going to add some columns here so we can have a little fuller. All right, let's see how that looks. Okay. So now we've got the position in the previous day's range. So when you see a big solid blue cylinder here, that means it's above yesterday's high. Float turnover, and it really hasn't turned the float over much, like 2%, 0.02. So again, there's the float, 72 million. You divide 1.2 into that, or over that as but 1.2 over 72. So that's why this does not turn the float over much. Not that they all have to. Doesn't look good for VCIG right now, guys. Now again, because of that float, anything could happen, but I was hoping it would hold near that 880 mark and then pop from there, but it's got all the way back down to almost $8. So may not do what I want it to do or would like it to, but look how the volume is tailing off. So what would have to happen is you would have to get a lot of volume coming back in, popping it through 10 or through 9 something, and then maybe from there taking off into the close. But right now it's hard to know what's going to happen. No, I'm done with Ruckus. Well, let's take a look. Very boy. You cracked me up, Vicky. The only way I would take another short on Ruckus if it got down below 22.57. So the low right there. All right, guys, 207. So not much, not getting too many new alerts. And I'm actually not anxious to do anything right now. Yeah, Foot Locker, what a rally off that 15. Ticked me off. I was really hoping for a big 15 break. Got down to what, 1490, 1484. I really thought that could have been it. This was okay, not technically an all-time low. Somebody found a low of $2 back in 1974. Shady did. But for all intents and purposes, this is an all-time low, and it just moved higher. Uh, $49 a month, Jamie. No contract. William, did you happen to short this NXGN? That seemed like right up your alley. This is right on the 200-day moving average, 1760. It's right sitting right on it. So again, they're looking to put themselves up for sale. Morgan Stanley helping them. Do they ever run half? Well, actually, in the last test drive, Jamie, I think it was included. I think it was included. The Anchor VWAP, the scan from Market Explorer. I think it was included in the last test drive. Thank you. There you go. Thank you, Pepe. So I can't imagine they won't do the same thing for the next one, whenever that is. In the fall sometime. There's no date yet, no fixed date for the next test drive. Test drive, guys, for those who don't know, is when we offer a full subscription for 10 trading days for, well, what is it? 11, right? $11.11. The only thing you can't do, and we're, basically doing away with it anyway, so it's not a big deal, is auto trade the AI. All right, NR New Park Resources. It is moving a little bit. ITOS has had another, well, 209, another new low for the day. ITOS. I mean, this could get really, really interesting as a short still. I mean, the longer it holds under 15, all of it, there's no volume right now in it. I'd like that one better almost than the Ruckus because it's basing nicely. And if it ever takes this out, look out. Is BKR at its yearly high? Well, let's take a look. BKR, and a question from our YouTube room. And the answer is almost. Position in year. You see it's at 94%, so it's not quite. Well, you can see that 2 weeks ago it was at 36.42. That looks like that would be the yearly high. So it's not at its yearly high, but it's close. Guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys. Actually, what is the spread for ITOS? I think it's probably pretty good. Yeah, 2 cent spread right now for ITOS. Lots of shares available, 2 million at Interactive Brokers. So still up 25%. It is a low float, 28 million. I mean, it's not crazy low, but it's certainly not a high float. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, shorted it. Very tight stop. It's going to work quickly, or it's not going to work at all. Well, when I say work, I mean to hear Jamie talk about stuff like that and with his scalping technique. He gets into something and he's got a very tight stop on it, and it's either going to work quickly or he's going to know he'll get stopped out quickly and let's move on. He doesn't. I do not trade like Jamie. And if Jamie, if you're listening, nothing wrong with Jamie sometimes listens to me. Nothing wrong with trading like Jamie, but yeah, when you hear him talk about, taking a big, like 5,000, 10,000 shares of something, trying to scalp out 2 or 3 cents. Just not my style, but he's been able to do it. We have a Jamie in the YouTube room all the time, Jamie Lee. And every time I mention Jamie, of course, our Jamie, he always has a funny comment. Well, I won't make fun of you for 20 cents if you've got a 2 cent stop or a 3 cent stop. Then that's great. Come on, give me one more little leg down, ITOS. Well, he's trading, he has no commissions. Okay. So he's trading commission free. It's the only way you can do it. And as far as taxes are concerned, I can't answer. I can't answer to that. So there's no trading cost. Okay. There's no commission. It's the only way you can do something like that. I'm not saying he does every single trade like that, but if you come in on Wednesdays, he's there between Wednesday, 12 and 1 every Wednesday. And, people ask him about that, but you can only do it if there are no commissions to pay, of course. Well, you're talking capital gains tax now, but that's got nothing to do. I mean, if he, whether you make $500 doing that or $500 another way, I mean, money is money. Exactly. It's to do with the profit. So how you make your profit, be it scalping or in another way, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, he doesn't pay commission. There's no commission. Okay, guys, not much is happening. I'm still in this ITOS short. I'm not well, I don't know. Maybe I should be expecting more. I mean, obviously there's enough room. 1134 is the next low looking left. I'm not suggesting it's going to get down there, but every time it makes a new low here, every time I see it up here making a new low, I don't think this VCIG is going to do it, guys. I'm just looking now the way it's trading. All right. Okay. Well, it's giving me more than I thought. All right, guys, we are accelerating on the way down now. A little bit more than I thought. Whereas look at Ruckus doing zip. I tried using V Plus to exit a position and are you talking to a live account now, Denver? Yeah, so I just cannot help you at all. You know, they're going to ask you for your log. So you had it. So it'd be like this. If I wanted, if this were, if I were attached to my IB account and I would highlight it and I click flatten. So when you say I haven't had much issue with B plus not working when using flatten and half access, you, so I don't know if this is a triple negative, but does that mean it works for you when you hit flatten or half, or it's not working for you? I read that it seems that you're saying it's okay using flatten or half. Oh, I see. Can't help you. Obviously, Denver, I cannot help you. Um, they're going to ask you for your log. Yeah, you're good. Yeah, because there's nothing I can do. Now, were you able to manually get out of the trade as opposed to using the flatten and or half? Covered covered most of the ITOS. Minute it got back into the 40s, I was looking to cover. So I have a little bit left just in case it really, really the really craters. Look at par now. Par has been something that we've seen. Yeah, we saw this back here. That was on the ninth. That was an earnings play, I believe. No, this was actually, it's interesting. This was the result of its earnings play. That candle right there, if you can see my daily chart, and then look at what happened the next day. Completely recovered, and now is just has been ripping ever since earnings, even though the day of earnings, it really tanked. Yeah, Ruckus has a different look to it though than ITIS. I may be wrong. You're right. I mean, but you see how it's pulled up a bit, and ITIS didn't really do that. Well, the tale of two similar companies, Bath and Body Works and Bed Bath and Beyond. One isn't doing too badly. I mean, it's still, you know, low. It's towards the lifetime low, but at least it's still in business. And then we have Bed Bath and Beyond trading on the pinks. Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed it, Brooke. It was an interesting day. I kind of feeling it was a tough day for me at the very beginning. I mean, the ANF worked on the second time, but I didn't do wasn't an amazing trade for me. And then it got chopped up a couple of times. And then finally, yes, finally the ruckus turned for me. And then Real pointed out the ANF short for me. That was really good. And then I did okay in the VSIG. Anyway, there are still people out there that think this is going to rally with the gazillion shorts that are out there, and it's going to somehow, if you buy this now, you'll be a millionaire soon. Okay, guys, 2:28. So in about half an hour, I'll probably be shutting down. As always, I will hang around after 3 o'clock if there are questions. But I'll just go over my homepage right now, one last time. Twice a day I do this. Okay, I don't know what all these were. Oh, that's that guy who came in and spammed the room. Okay, click on my homepage, and this is what you'll see. So, if you want to take out a subscription, here's a promo code you can use to get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Okay. Now, if you do want to take out an annual, just let me know and I can get you a code for that. Just have to let me know and I'll private message you. Okay. If you take out a subscription, you must do the get started. Take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. New to trading, we've got a course for you. Michael Noss, you've heard me mention Michael before. Michael put this together. This is a series of videos. I don't want to call it a course exactly, but I guess you could treat it like a course. Sorry, my stock of the day video, you can sign up for that free, of course. Trade of the week is free. You can sign up for it also. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week, the trade of the week should get to you, let's say an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Education section is here. And again, here are my scans that I'm sharing currently. So you saw what I did. I took this Momo and I got rid of the dock momentum up and down and I put the Momo up here. Okay. But I'm still you can still look at the dock momentum up and down and every other scan that I've got here. And as always, if all I ask is this, if you take out a subscription, please use my link. You can save my homepage. And then, if at some point in time you want to take out a subscription, use my promo code. This helps the room immensely, keeps it free. Okay. Yeah, it's a free room. Company wants to know that it's working in terms of, producing some revenue to cover the costs, etc. So it's all I ask is that if you do take out a subscription, just use my link. Thanks for all you do, Jamie. You keep me, you always give me a couple of yucks a day. And now would be if you think you have some questions, just don't be shy. I should say that every single day. Don't be shy. Don't be sitting there thinking, well, I don't want to ask this question because it's probably too dumb. No dumb questions. Okay. We're here to help. We all started off brand new, not knowing what the heck was going on. Okay. So don't think that you're asking a dumb question. And if you have friends, family, whatever, have them come into the room if they're interested just to hear a little bit about trading and, looking at all the posts too, just a little bit of exposure to what trading is all about. We all started off dumb. Well, John, that'll depend on which way you go to us. If you take the long route, no. But if you take the short route, yes. But that, of course, means that the earth is not flat. Sure, Grumpy, why not? You should be a mod. The adulation of others, that's your pay. Whoa, ITOS. Okay, well, that's all I say. I got rid of most of it as it was approaching 50, but now another new low. So, man, we might get that catastrophic drop. The bloom is off, guys. I mean, we had the big, big, big pop right at the very beginning of the day. Well, we had a lot of move in the pre-market, of course. Big pop at the beginning of the day with that big volume. But look how the volume is just kind of tailed off. Oh, guys. Okay, no questions? Oh, maybe I'll shut it down now. Okay, because you asked so politely, goods. Okay, I won't. I mean, there's a part of me. I mean, I don't want to. No, yeah, right. I don't want to put any pressure on William. I mean, if William wants to stay and shut the room down, I mean, I can do that, and I just need somebody to, make sure that we don't have any, bad posts. That's all it is. And I don't want to put the pressure on William. That's not his job. He doesn't really. I mean, he believe me, his or Chris. I know William opens the room early, so I don't have to. Yeah, I mean, if you're willing to do that, William, I mean, to keep it open to say 3:30, I don't have a problem. You know how to you do you know how to shut the room down? Because all I ask is that you put this and I can give you the script, of course. Well, let me show you. I mean, I can just show you, right? Yeah, I have no problem. If you guys want to keep it open later than 3 o'clock, yeah, I have no problem as long as William will do it. I'll have to check every day though, because I can't, I can't demand that he's here after 3 o'clock. He's got things to do also. So, but if he's here, I'll ask every day, and if he's willing to do it, sure. So when you go, so you have access to the gear, right? You click on the gear and then close the room, and then I just give you the script. I mean, if you want, you can type it in, but because now the room will open Thursday at 8 o'clock. But I will be shutting YouTube down. Okay, so anybody in YouTube, I will be shutting you guys down because I can't ask somebody to do that in YouTube also. So was that yes, saying that you do know how to shut the room down? Okay, well then let me do this then. You can, I mean, you can either type it in, or but here's the script I use. Okay, the room will open Thursday at 8. So when you shut the room down, remember, use the closed room, not lock room, closed room. You lock the room, that means people can't come in later, or at least it used to be. So yeah, use the closed room and then close session with above message. Oops. And then close the session with above message, and that should do it. I'm assuming. All right. Well, I'll leave that up to you. Okay. Oh, we'll see how it goes. You guys were talking about UCAR a little bit earlier. So I'm not really finding great, this is really interested in this daily reversal during earnings season, but I'm not really finding some great ones now. I might, so this is classically what I do. If I don't find that I'm getting some great alerts, but I was finding I was getting really good alerts during earnings season, then what I do is just I won't use this until next earnings season. Just get rid of it. No, when I say rid of it, I mean I'll save it to the cloud, of course, and I just bring it back next earnings season and see what happens. I'm just not seeing, like great continuations from it. So why am I going to waste my time having it up and running? I'll give it one more day. Meanwhile, guys, here's TSAT here. What a great little base for TSAT, TSAT. And I should back this out. Where is the next high? I mean, this has just been breaking the next high, left and right. So the next high is 20, it looks like 22. 22.21. So about 50 cents away, 51 cents away. You would think maybe this area will stop it. What a great run it has been on. Over a double in 2.5 weeks. Robert Hazard, The Escalator of Life. That's what I'm listening to now. Pump you up music. Great head bobbing music. Head bobbing music. Or we could turn the 3 to 4 hour into sports talk. Then you'll keep me around. OSA, OSA. These are just cheap ones. I might have to up the price limit on here or the range. I'm just not too interested in these really, really cheap ones. Well, let's just take a look at VCIG and see what it's doing. I mean, it hasn't utterly collapsed. 939 down to 8. I mean, it hasn't been like a colossal. An utter collapse to me would be taking out this low here, 650. 62 mil. Where are they out of? This is out of Malaysia. That's right. Kuala Lumpur. Kuala Lumpur. Any Malaysians in the room? How's my pronunciation? Malaysian that you are, William. Okay. Now, actually, I'm looking at this VCIG. So there is the VWAP. The VWAP, I mean, it's held. It hasn't even come close to it. Yeah, you never know. If you get some volume coming in, but look at the volume, look at the volume bar. You know, so we had the huge volume at the beginning of the day. Then we had this major thrust that got it going right here. And then the volume has just tailed off. So even if it popped a little bit, if it doesn't on no volume, forget about it because it could be just a little fake pop. I toss guys, another leg down. Oh boy, this is my old man, guys. That's my sound alert on this. Oh man, and oh man is right. Wish I still had my full position, but that's okay. 14. Let's see. I mean, 14. I wonder if this is going to be a nice short tomorrow, guys. It's a BBWI. I mean, coming into, kind of a real resistance looking area to me. Hard for me to believe that this will, keep moving. This was negative at one point during the day, I believe. Yeah, it was negative at one point during the day. It did rally. Oh, is it about the evil shorters? Let's see. Is it about seriously? Yeah. Okay. So again, look, I don't really, I don't know. I'm not going to say I know what's going on, but of course, all these companies, some of these little companies, they think that there are gazillions of shorts out there that aren't being accounted for, and there's undue pressure put on them, etc. Maybe I don't know, but anyway, that is so that's what they're going to come up with next. Remember, we had about a week, maybe even 2 weeks. I don't know how long ago, maybe 4 or 5 months ago, when I can't remember who the first company was, but basically said we're going to launch an investigation into naked shorting and all the shorting that's happening, and then a bunch of companies followed that. To be honest, I had forgotten they even existed. I haven't seen them for so long now. Oh, how did I exit after the halt? What do you mean? How did I exit? So as I was mapping this out before it came out of the halt, was it halt or was that halt? So 8:58. So it was halted at 8:58, and I was saying ahead of time, if it when it comes out of the halt and it breaks down below 8:58, as long as it's not crazy, and then it comes back up to 8:58, I I say that that is sometimes where I'll take a trade, okay, on these halts. That's the only time I will do it. So in other words, had it come out of the halt and it ripped higher up to 890, I'm not chasing it. But if it comes back down through the halt price and then it gets back up to the halt price, I have done this and it's worked out not too badly. And so I was able to get it at 863. I sold some right before well, I was worried it wouldn't get through nine. So I sold some in the mid 80s, held it, held some, and then it got up to 939. As it was coming back down to nine, I got rid of everything else. No, I did not enter when it went below the halt price. I waited for it to come above the halt price again. Because to me, that means, there's still some, again, there's no science to this really. But I've seen it happen enough times that for me, it's worth a shot. So again, remember what I'm saying. It gets halted, not just this one, but stock gets halted, especially the first time. I mean, this was, I think, the second time, so maybe a little more dicey, but it was also quite a bit after the first one. 9:30, like the last time was, but 9:43, 1 o'clock. Yeah, so 9:43 to 1 o'clock. So it was quite a while from the first halt. So again, stock gets halted. I watch it when it opens. If it opens, if even if it opens a little bit above, I mean, it did. No, actually, I don't think it did. It opened right at what? It opened just a little bit below. But had it opened above, say, okay, here's the halt price at 858. Now, had it opened, say, 870, and then it came right back down to 858 and underneath, and then it goes over 858 again, the halt price. That's where I will take a trade. No, I will not take the trade underneath the halt price. I mean, you never know. I mean, that it understand that it gets halted at a certain price. So if it can't get back up to that halt price, there's probably no enthusiasm for it. So if it's sinking down below that halt price, and you never know where it could go. So no, no, I never ever take it below. Now, in this case, would it have worked? Of course, but you don't know. I don't know that. Meanwhile, ITOS is right at 14 now. Huge difference now between Arcus and this one. Huge difference. Look at Arcus. In fact, this looks like it almost be a buy. Well, that's why I'm watching. Understand? See, I've got my hand on the submit button. I've got a price. I've got my hand on the submit button. That's the only thing I'm doing. I don't have anything else going on. That's why, you want, every now and then you'll hear me say, I can't talk to you guys. I have to concentrate. I find this fascinating. The fact that ITOS is doing this and Arcus is doing this. Now, remember, the only reason they were up was because of this so-called leak from Roche. So, William, you have to explain this to me. Okay, fine. There was a leak. Okay, Roche released the second interim analysis of phase three. Arcus is developing a similar drug, but nobody knows it's going to work the same way as Roche's. Well, hey, let's take a look at this one. BLTE. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Belit Bio. Very, very doesn't trade very much. 195,000 shares. That's 7 times normal. Probably a horrible spread. Well, not as bad as I thought it might be. They had some news yesterday. A TFDA submission for phase two. God, these diseases that are out there. Would Mullen halt? Well, it's just a program that kicks in. Let's see what Mullen is doing. MULN. Yeah, it could halt. You know, it could halt. I mean, it's but it is a computer program. You know, it's just a volatility halt. You know, boy, there's even shares to short. 200,000 at Interactive Brokers. Wow, it's even traded the float now. 70 million in the float. It has traded 76 million now. Now here we go. Unlawful trading practices should have something to announce in the coming days. All right. All right, William, are you ready to well, first of all, again, are there any other questions? I will stick around for questions. All right. I don't see any questions. Yeah, I got 199,000. Yeah, 49%. Are you talking about the website? Yeah. Well, yes and no. Let me bring it up again. Now, the fact that I'm in it right now means um so this is on a time delay, okay? It should well, the website is all I mean, this website is yeah, I mean, this is our new website. But when you get into things like the market scope, so you see where it says data is delayed by 15 minutes. Okay, create a free account and log in to see all the data. Now you can create a free account and but I'm not sure what that does for you. I think what happens is that you will see like you can create the free account. The data will still be delayed by 15 minutes. And then eventually it becomes kind of well blurry. You see how you see right now, you see how this chart is blurry? If you created a free account, this would unblur. How's that? So I mean, you've got your the homepage, typical homepage, okay? You can take off subscriptions and all. This is the new homepage. And then what they're trying to do though is create a more like a browser experience, you know, a web browser experience. Ultimately, you know, I don't know how they'll ever do away with the download. They like the application. The two problems they've still got, well, obviously stock racing is available. So stock racing is not, but Brokerage Plus is not. Now, I don't really care that much about Brokerage Plus in terms of connecting to an IB or E-Trade account, but I do think it's important that people have access to it if they want to practice trading. So Brokerage Plus is not available in the web-based version. Now, the other thing that I wouldn't like about it, because I wouldn't mind going to the so-called web-based version, is the fact that if you only have one monitor, makes no difference. It'll be fine. See how this is blurred out? How clever are they? But if you create a free account, this will be unblurred. But my problem, if you have multiple monitors, I mean, it's so simple to do things like this, move something around. The only way you could do something like that, I think, is stretch out your web-based version across three monitors. Just not that elegant. Wow, ITOS, thank you. Boy, what a great great end of day. I really did not think it would do that. So Pepe or anybody else who's a developer, is that just a limitation on a web-based service, not being able to take a scan and moving it independently? I don't know enough about it. Well, reading, okay, yes, I mean, to be able to read a chart, which of course is made up of candlesticks. Now, I don't get too hung up about cup and handles, and there are all sorts of different candlestick patterns, right? I'm more of a volume and price guy, okay? But there are lots of people who will look at, try to find bear flags and things like that. I don't concern myself too much with that, but the ability, to understand what the candlestick is telling you on a chart, for me, absolutely. Well, again, I can't, there are people out there that absolutely they want to see bear flags, they want to see bull flags, they want to see cup and handles. I don't, but that doesn't mean that it's not a good thing. It just means I just don't care, But you will hear me talk about topping tails and bottoming tails. Get a series. So I look at a chart. I see a bunch of topping tails in a row. To me, that's going to tell me that, well, maybe that's it for a while. The buyers that try to get it up to a certain price, the sellers keep knocking it down. They try again, try again. So when you see some topping tails, to me that's a bit of a clue saying, better watch it. Maybe it's time to go short. Conversely, if you see a bunch of bottoming tails, meaning the sellers have knocked it down, buyers close it higher. Sellers try again, buyers close it higher. No, it's always a war, isn't it? All day long between buyers and sellers. So that is, so for me, topping tails and bottoming tails are definitely things that I look at. But do I scour for a cup and handle? No. And all the other different patterns that are out there. No, but that doesn't mean it's a bad thing to do that. I just am a super, super simple trader. We get people asking us, do you have, spinning stars, or I'm making these things up. Do you have lonesome doves? Do you have, I, we might. That'll be interesting to see what happens to this one tomorrow. Mullen. Mugisha, I actually did not get a signal for Mullen because my minimum in all my scans is $1. Okay. But what happened is somebody in the main room, the other room, there's two rooms. Okay. Mentioned this one. So I just decided to put it on the screen. So I could have had, I mean, this Momo scan absolutely would have if I had put a price range less than $1. But my minimum is $1. So there's no question that we would have seen this probably in this scan if I put, minimum of, I don't know, 50 cents, probably right around here, right around the 50-cent mark. So there is another room, just in case you want to come into it's definitely more, there's more action in the other room. Okay. I can give you the link. Now you have to, I don't know if I don't think you can say, I don't know if you save this link every day, but if you go to our website, and this is what we've been trying to get them to change. So if you go to our homepage on our website also, so if you click on the homepage, then you have to scroll to the bottom. Okay. It's not evident where the trading room is. You have to scroll to the bottom and where it says trading room. Then you can get into the main room. Okay. Yeah, you can. It's a free room. I mean, it's basically the same. Okay. There's a little bit of a difference. There's a little more of a delay. I think Yahoo imposes did I say Yahoo? YouTube imposes, I think, an 8 second delay or something. But there's more action. There are more traders talking amongst each other. Okay. Usually get about 220, 230 to start the day. Should be more, but that's another issue. So you can come into the room and see what we talk about. Well, you hear me, but there are a lot of other great traders in the room talking about other things. So, all right, guys. Oh, there's your mask maker app. Market Watch. You can probably Green. I mean, there are lots of sites out there, and somebody may say something else, but Market Watch probably is not a bad one. Market Watch. I don't know if it's all one word, but if you Google Market Watch, basically most of it is free. Briefing.com, another one. Yeah, but you're talking about the paid service, right, Lori? I I'm assuming you're talking about what you could read in the evening and then pre-market things like that. Yeah. Okay, but you have what do you have? Thinkorswim, Lori? What? I don't have that. I don't get that. How do you get that from Interactive Brokers? So you asked that question earlier. Oh, I see. Yeah. So yeah, not IB. Okay, not IB. I didn't think so. I mean, IB picks up a lot of the headlines, and they're pretty decent. So when you say the only thing that we have that has entry and exit is what we call our AI. Okay. Now whether that's a logarithm, Martlet predictions, I have no idea. Okay. But our AI, it's part of the premium service. Not a great well, I shouldn't I hate to call it not a great day. I wish we could just rid of these numbers. It's not really meant to be auto traded, but what happens is you have an entry, you have a time you just wait for the alerts to happen. So, ITOS at the beginning of the day, 9:40, they were suggesting you take a long at 17:45 and a stop at 16:10. For a while that worked because that got up to 18, okay? But, then obviously would not want to be holding it all day, but you could always flip the script like I was, planning to do, is to go short. So this will give you stocks that you can watch all day long, whether or not they're going to go ultimately in the direction that is, uh, identified at the beginning doesn't necessarily mean that, but at least it's giving you a finite number of stocks, probably no more than 10. But if you're looking for the absolute, that it's going to tell you when to buy and when to get out, and it's going to be right 80% of the time, no. Well, I always say you have to have some trading experience. I mean, I think that ITOS is a great example. Okay, I mean, sure, the AI said, "Hey, let's go long right here, 1745." Now, after that, it got up to I'm sure if it broke through 18. What did it get to? Got up to 1793. Okay, so you could have made money, from 1745 up to 1793. I'm not saying you could have got in right at the absolute penny and out at right at the absolute top. But, if you got the middle 2/3, that would have been bad. But then you flip the script on it. You say, okay, well, that didn't work, but this looks really weak now. And through a certain moving average. So, as a watch list to watch all day long, sure, I think it's pretty good. Is it this one, Lori? Let me just see. I think I know which one you're talking about. I just couldn't listen anymore. It was driving me crazy. Do I still have it somewhere? Yeah. Is it Trading Terminal? Looks like this. I still can't believe it's free, but yeah. Well, I mean, you can use. I just found it well for me anyway because I guess I'm talking all the time. I found it very distracting trying to listen to him, and but I think he was more talking about okay, can I do some work at night to see what potential economic indicators could hit the market tomorrow, and then in the pre-market the same sort of thing. Look at TSAT go, guys. Wow. Remember, I was just talking about this at a nice little consolidation. Now look at the breakout of consolidation. Well, we don't scan futures, okay? We don't have the E-minis or things like that. So I mean, I'm sure there are websites out there that will give it to you for free, but we don't scan the futures. Okay, guys. Well, listen, William, I'm assuming you're back from your dog walk. Okay, so I guess I'm going to have to put an announcement. Okay, I'll have to put an announcement and I'll just say on mute. Just say for a while because it's not. I know you say you're going to stick around to Nvidia, but tomorrow I'm sure you're not going to stick around to 4 every day. I'll just say for a while. Okay. Okay, guys. Thank you. Thank you, William. I'm going to mute myself now, guys.